All rise, please. Probate Court for Lenawee County is now in session. The Honorable Catherine A. Sella presiding.
Thank you. You may be seated.
This is the matter of the Skelton boys, file 53020ML, 53021ML, and 53022ML.
Thank you, Ms. Kudron. One of the first things we need to do today is to confirm whether or not Mr. Skelton wants to participate. So we've had someone log in. Okay. There we are. All right, good morning. Could you give us your name for the record, please?
Skelton.
Thank you. All right, well, he's here and ready to go. Here. Did you want to,
They told me that
okay.
they told me I had to refuse here, and that's it. There we go.
Very good. Okay, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Skelton, you have the opportunity but not the obligation to participate in today's hearings. But I did want to make sure
Right.
that you had that opportunity. So you're welcome to tell me for the record now if you'd like to stay or go.
Yeah, I'm gonna go. I mean, everyone else got lawyers. I don't. I'm at a disadvantage. Anything I say is gonna make a difference right
All right.
now. So,
Well, thank you for confirming that. And if you'd like to make your way back to wherever you need to go, then that's fine.
okay.
Very good. All right, appearances from the rest of our participants, please.
Bert Castleberry on behalf of the petitioner, Tanya Zuppers.
Your name for the record?
Tanya Zugers.
Alexis Stang, P86700 on behalf of Andrew Alexander and Tanner Skelton.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay. So one of the things I did also indicate today was that we were going to be on YouTube. But I have not done that yet, so let me do that before you begin your opening statements there, Mr. Castle. We're on record for all three files. Now, one thing to be cognizant of would be, of course, the fact that if we're going to be on YouTube, we try to be cognizant of using the names of the children. In this case, I'll defer to you and your client on that piece, Mr. Castleberry, but I know in a lot of our cases that are otherwise broadcast, we do try to avoid using names. Do you have a preference on that?
Your Honor, the children are adults at this point. All three of them are over the age of 18. We have no objection to using their name. In fact, we encourage it.
Okay, all right. Very well. We are now officially on YouTube, ready to proceed in all three matters. Opening statements, Mr. Casper.
Your Honor, because this is a bench trial, I do not have a long opening statement. I think the court will hear plenty of testimony over the next 3 days concerning what's going on. But what I do want to point out is why we are here and what we believe the law is pertaining to these three cases. And we will talk about this as if it's one case, but we understand there are three petitions before the court. And we believe that MCL 700.1208, paragraph 2, is what controls in this matter. And what that paragraph says is that an individual whose death is not otherwise established under this section or section 1207, and those sections are for accidents. I know the court has seen cases like that before. I'm going to continue on with the MCL, who is absent for a continuous period of 5 years during which he or she has not been heard from, and whose absence is not satisfactorily explained after a diligent search or inquiry, is presumed to be dead, which means we are beginning this case with a presumption that the three children are deceased. Individual's death is presumed to have occurred at the end of the period. the end of the 5 years, unless, and this is why we are here today, there is sufficient evidence to determine that death occurred early. It is our position that the evidence that we are going to present to you, Judge, is that Andrew Alexander and Tanner Skelton died on or about November 26th.
I just briefly wanted to say that I am joining in the petitioner's request and am in support of the relief requested.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, your first witness, Mr. Castleberry.
Your Honor, we would call Chief Larry Weeks.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
Chief Larry Weeks.
Chief Larry Weeks. Okay, come on up.
Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Watch your step there.
Good morning, Chief. How are you?
I'm doing okay, sir.
I understand you're a little under the weather today. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
I want you to understand, I know there are TV cameras here, but what's important is that the judge can hear what you're saying. If I don't say something loud enough, clear enough, or you don't understand something, stop and ask me to repeat it, and we will make sure you understand the question, okay?
Yes, sir.
Also, I know you brought a water bottle with you. We understand you're not feeling well, so if you need to take a break, also just let us know and we will get a break for you, okay?
Thank you for that.
Please state your name for the record.
Larry Weeks, Larryweeks.
And where are you employed?
I'm currently the Chief of Police for the City of Eaton Rapids.
How long have you been the chief there?
Just over 11 years.
11 years. Where did you work before that?
I was a Chief of Police for the City of Morenci.
Morenci, Michigan, and Monterey County?
Correct.
And what training and experience do you have?
In total, I believe I have approximately 36 years of law enforcement experience. I've been trained in a variety of different investigative techniques, basic law enforcement principles. Professional training I've attended would be Eastern Michigan University School of Police Staff and Command and the FBI National Academy,
When did you go to Quantico?
2013.
All right, so you were working in Morenci in 2010, is that right?
That's correct.
And did you have occasion to get to know the Skelton family?
I was acquainted with them. When you work in a community the size of Morenci, approximately 2,200 people, you become acquainted with lots of people in the community. I lived in the community, raised my family there during the time I was there, so I was very connected to the community, so I was acquainted with them. I often saw Tanya and her family out at different locations. Yeah.
Did there come a time around September of 2010, that you maybe had a little more contact with the Skelton family?
Yes, in September of 2010, I received a message from the police department that Tanya had called. She was concerned because she relayed to me, once I met with her, that she was concerned that there was something going on with John in the sense that he had picked up the kids from school and had told the staff member there at the school that he was taking them on vacation. She told me that, the staff member told her that the interaction seemed odd. His demeanor was odd, and that he was taking her children to Florida. We spoke about that. I did some quick legal queries, and it was my assumption that if his intent was to deprive the mother of the children, that he was violating the parental kidnapping law. I was able to reach out to John by telephone eventually and threatened him with arrest if he did not come back at the very least sit down with Tanya and have a conversation with her about where the kids were going to be and, you know, what the whole plan was.
Just a formality, but do you recognize the petitioner in this matter?
I do.
And is that the Tanya that you're talking about?
Yes, sir.
And she's sitting in the courtroom to my right?
Yes.
So it's your understanding in this September incident that, were they divorced at that time?
No, but in the meeting that I sat in on when he did return, you know, it was clear that they were having marital problems that they discussed. John very much wanted to move his family to Jacksonville. He expressed that there were more job opportunities there. His family was located there. He believed it would be a better place for them to continue, you know, their family's life there. Tanya was concerned about having to relocate her family, you know, generally located in the Morenci area. And having been a registered sex offender, she was concerned that relocating to an unknown community and what the community may perceive of her, where in Morenci, she indicated that, you know, she was able to live a comfortable life with people knowing that.
So you said you called John. Was he in Florida when you called him? Do you know?
I don't know specifically where he was at the time that I called him, but he did return. I don't want to testify to a time, but he did return in a reasonable amount of time, I would say, and met with us at the police department.
Chief, we understand that all this happened 15 years ago. I appreciate you not guessing, and we don't want you to guess, but we also understand that some of this has been a long time ago, so if we have to, if you just tell us the story as you remember, okay?
Yep.
So do you know what ended up happening? Did he end up taking kids to Florida?
At the conclusion of the meeting, John took Andrew and Alexander with him, and Tanner, to my recollection, Tanner stayed behind with Tanya.
Do you know if there was anything more done with that?
I urged both parties to seek resolution in civil court so they could be more clarify their custodial matters on paper, because I in that position I really lacked any authority to, you know, to take more action than what I did.
Right. Is it your understanding though that a judge in Florida ordered the kids to come back to Michigan?
Yes, it's my understanding a judge ultimately ordered John and the children to come back, and then the proceedings continued here in Lenawee County.
Okay. And that's civil proceedings you're talking about? But
Correct.
not a divorce, correct?
My understanding was just the custodial matters, not a divorce issue.
So after the September incident, you became familiar, a little more familiar with their family. Do you remember what your next contact was with the family?
I don't know that it was my contact, but I believe I reviewed an incident report regarding Officer Ryan Hillard's response to the house.
And what do you remember about that?
I believe it was on the 21st of November. Officer Hillard documented in a report that he submitted to me that I believe it was Alexander that called 911 out of fear that he could not find his father in the house, and felt that he might be in some sort of danger.
So the three children, in which one is Alexander?
He's the
oldest,
middle.
The middle, the youngest?
He's the middle boy.
So he's the middle child. And you say that he called 911?
I believe that's accurate.
And he called 911 because he couldn't find his father. Is that correct?
Correct. Is my understanding. They didn't know where he was at.
And do you know, did the police respond?
According to the report, Officer Hillard responded and made contact with the boys and John, and John indicated in some way that, you know, he had stepped away and had informed the boys of where he was at, and alleged there was just some sort of confusion. And then, you know, according to the officer, everything was fine, and he left.
So is it fair to say that if the children were in danger, they would call 911?
Yes, you know, from my opinion, I I thought that was fairly savvy of a 7-year-old boy at that time to be alert enough and aware enough to make that call in that situation.
After that, you said that was November 21st.
That's right.
What was your next contact? Let's go.
On November 26th, I was at home. I received a call in the evening from Officer Hillard. He indicated he was at the Fulton County Medical Center near Waseon, Ohio. He explained to me over the phone that he had what I would describe as a disturbing situation. I explained that John was there with an ankle injury and was acting extremely erratic. He was having a difficult time getting specific information out of him as far as what had transpired and led him to this point at the hospital. He explained that the whereabouts of John and Tanya's children, Andrew, Alexander, and Tanner, 9, 7, and 5, were unknown at this point, and he was concerned about their safety.
Did he bring up the name Joanne too?
He went on to explain that the best he could get from John was that they were with a woman by the name of Joanne Taylor, and Joanne's husband was, his name was Mark, and he was a pastor.
Did Mr. Skelton say anything about suicide or trying to kill himself?
Yes, and that and it was implied that's how he injured his ankle, and it was his intention to harm himself. Ultimately, secured a ride from a family member after the failed attempt to the hospital.
So it's fair to say he failed to kill himself. Well, you'll understand.
That's what he described.
So then what did you do next? I noticed I had that you went to the UPD to meet with Officer Hillard. Is that accurate?
Correct. I explained to him that once he cleared the hospital, we would meet up at the police department and make some decisions about next steps. He explained to me that he had been in contact with family members. They'd been over to the home. Family members had already forced entry to the home in an effort to look for the children, and that the house is in a complete state of disarray. And I wanted to look at the situation and assess it myself, so we went over to the house again.
What did you see there?
I agreed that the house is in disarray. Glass and cabinets had been broken. Electrical cords to the appliances had all been cut. There was a Bible laying on a table in the living room with a verse circled. Officer Hillard informed me that a notebook had been turned over to him by a family member that had been located at the residence, that based on the way he read it, he believed to be a suicide note. I read it. I concurred.
Yeah, may I approach the witness?
Right.
Chief, I just showed you something, and you're not marking it as an exhibit at this point, but you just brought up suicide. And what I
Okay,
mean,
I can't. Oh, somebody's reference. Oh, yeah,
look
sorry.
at the witness.
Our black microphone, the bigger square black one, is the one that's recording, so just maybe try not to.
Give me a backup.
The paper sometimes getting in the microphone.
Yes, Judge, thank you.
That's it.
Chief, I just handed you 4 pieces of paper. And do you recognize those 4 pieces of paper?
I do.
And is that the note that you're speaking of?
It appears to be yes.
And you said you read that note.
I did.
Was there anything remarkable about it that you remember?
Not at this moment.
Do you remember that it was a suicide?
Yes.
And next, did you, may I approach the witness again? I'm not gonna have you read it. We'll have the next one. Chief, next, did you meet with a Charlene O'Brien?
Well, there was one additional thing we found in the home that I wanted to mention as well. There was, Officer Elliott explained when he entered the home, there appeared to be a noose hanging from a second-story balcony. And he had moved the noose because it was tied to a door handle. And when he needed to clear the house to look for the children, he had to move the noose to be able to get in the room. But he restaged it for me to show me what it looked like.
And that was Officer Hiller.
Yes.
So the house was in a complete disarray. Destroyed.
Correct.
There were broken glass, you said,
Yes.
broken cabinets.
Yes.
And then what appears to be a noose and a suicide note, right?
Yes.
Next, did you meet with a Charlene O'Brien?
Once we completed our, my assessment of the information there at the address on Congress Street, we returned to the station.
Let me stop you for a second. When you say Congress Street, is
One-
that the Skelton home?
Yes,
Okay.
112 East Congress Street.
Thank you. I don't think we ever put that in. Thank you.
That's okay. We returned to the office, began discussing next steps. While we were there, excuse me. Apologize. While we were there, Charlene O'Brien, who I believe is John's aunt, knocked at our door at the police department. She presented me with a suitcase that had a laptop in it. She explained that John was on the computer often, and she said that John earlier in the day had come to her house and Lisa Kern's house across the street from hers and dropped these items off, along with other personal items, including the boy's toothbrush, and gave them to her, gave these items to them.
So you're saying that you were told that John Skelton went to Charlene O'Brien's house and Lisa Kern's house, and this is November 26, 2010.
Correct.
And do you know what time he went there?
I believe it was around 7:15 in the morning, to double check my notes.
So about 7:15 a.m. Now, November 26th, what day is that? Do you know what day that was? Was it Thursday or Friday? Do you remember?
It was the day after Thanksgiving. It was a Friday.
Okay, so we're talking about Black Friday.
Correct.
Now, in this suitcase that he dropped off, you say he dropped off items at 2 separate locations?
That's my understanding.
And what's the proximity of these 2 locations? Are they close together?
They're somewhat kitty corner from each other in a rural area outside of the city.
Can you see from one place to the other?
I don't recall if it's tree covered or not, to be honest with you. It's been too long.
But he left. Apologize. Bluetooth is connected to my watch. You say he left toothbrushes. Children's toothbrushes?
Yeah, we believe them to be the boys' toothbrushes and coats and, again, other personal items.
So the children's winter coats and their toothbrushes, he left them at his aunt's house, is what you were told.
Correct.
And those items were delivered to you, correct?
Well, at this point, she only delivered the laptop, the items that were in the suitcase, which was a laptop. There were other items that, in a follow-up interview and contact with members of our investigative team had with her, we collected the rest of the items that she said.
But she came to tell you that those items had been left that morning?
Yes.
At around 7 a.m., is that accurate?
Yes. when she gave me the laptop, she said that I could do whatever I needed to do with it, anything that would help potentially locate, the boys and bring them home.
So at this point, it's your understanding that these 3 children are missing and there's no plausible explanation as to where they're at. Is that accurate?
Yes, particularly after speaking with, a relative of John's, who indicated that, to the best of her knowledge, the boys weren't with any family members here in the area on his side. So having had Tanya and family members, from that side of the family indicate they weren't there with anyone there, and then of course anyone on John's side of the family, that was making our concern grow even more.
Are you familiar with the term exigent circumstances?
I am.
And would you agree that exigent circumstances are when there's something so important that you have to take action to try to, for safety of human life?
Yes.
Right? And so you did look in that computer, right?
Yeah, being fearful for the life of the boys, I started the computer up, and it did my novice understanding of electronics as it relates to handling that device. I did some cursory searching and was able to find what appeared to me to be that email addresses set up for one Joanne Taylor were accessed by that computer.
So you could see that an email address for Joanne Taylor had been accessed from this computer owned by John Skelton?
Yes. Yeah, well, and then later on in the investigation, once a more thorough forensic analysis was done, we were able to link the email address being created at the IP address commonly used by John. So that more directly linked it to him.
So I know we're both novices when it comes to computers, but we do understand. Tell me if I want to know if you agree with me on this. The IP address is for the location of where the computer's located, right? Is that accurate? How it's connecting to the internet?
Yeah, it's kind of like a physical address for electronic device.
And so what you discovered through this forensic examination is that the email account for Joanne Taylor was created at the same location this computer's been used before. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And is that address, physical address, Congress Street in Morenci?
While the IP address is known to be used at that address of 112 Congress Street.
Thank you. So in other words, the email account for Joanne Taylor was created more than likely at Congress Street in Morenci, Michigan.
Yes.
Now, I know that Officer Hillard had spoken to Tanya, and what time, do you remember what time the children were supposed to be returned to her on November 26, 2010?
I believe it was 3 p.m. in the afternoon.
Okay. And where, if you can remember, did John say the kids were? Or who were they with?
Well, as I indicated, he had told Officer Hillard that they were with this Joanne Taylor, and he had also communicated that with Tanya via text message that the children were going to be late and that the kids were with a Joanne Taylor.
Now, this is the same Joanne Taylor that you just testified that through a forensic evaluation is determined that an email address for her was created at John Skelton's home.
That's my understanding, yes.
And there's never been any discovery of a Joanne Taylor.
No, in fact, as I believe I'll explain later, but as our team grew, an investigative team grew, we had one team member that was assigned specifically just to do that, to attempt to locate the Joanne Taylor that was described, and no such person was ever discovered.
And in fact, did you learn through part of the FBI's investigation that John Skelton even questioned whether he was Joanne Taylor? Questioned himself, is that accurate?
That's true.
And made statements to the FBI that he needed to know 95% sure whether he was a child killer or not because he remembered them being with Joanne Taylor.
That's true.
Now, at some point, you're going through this, the children are missing, you have a laptop, you have their winter coats, their toothbrushes. How are you feeling? Are you worried about them?
Yeah, we had, after Charlene O'Brien's visit, we began distributing more broader, what we call BOLs in law enforcement, be on the lookouts for Joanne Taylor, any alleged vehicle description that we had, anything like that. We'd done some preliminary searching through the law enforcement information network to try to locate anybody with a, that possibly might match that. We just were running into dead ends. And it was clear the case was going beyond the resources that I had at the Morenci Police Department, and certainly due to the apparent imminent potential threat to the boys, I made the decision to contact the Michigan State Police Operations Center and initiate an Amber Alert.
And so after that, you had other agencies helping.
Yeah, shortly after that, as a matter of protocol, my understanding now, shortly after that process is initiated, I received calls from the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Michigan State Police, and the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. All three organizations advised they were willing to come assist with our investigation, asked brief details, and my response to all of them was, yes, we're happy to have your support, and they all dispatched personnel to our location to assist.
So you just named three organizations. You named the Michigan State Police and the Federal Bureau of Investigation, which I think we all are kind of familiar with, somewhat, at least we know who they are. But what is the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children?
The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, I don't know the year it was created. His name escapes me now. I was well known from crime shows now, but his son was murdered many years ago in Florida. John Walsh, thank you, sir. John Walsh spearheaded the creation of the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, and that program assists with a variety of different things related to missing children, age progression photos. They can analyze photographs of abused children from all over the country and potentially link them together. They have investigative support that they can render. They had what they call I believe an ATOM team member was on the scene with us, assisting us. And at one point we traveled and met with them and did a brief presentation on this case to a variety of investigative experts, psychologists, and presented our case there to them.
And so they got involved.
I'm sorry again.
No, you're okay. Do you need a break?
No, sir.
Make sure you drink the water.
Yes, sir.
Stay hydrated. So the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children became involved in this case on November 26, 2010.
Correct.
And to the best of your knowledge, they're still involved today.
Yes, I've seen the age, I'm not actively involved in the investigation anymore, but I have seen over the years the release of the age progression photos.
So I'm glad you brought that up. When you say age progression photos, even back in 2010, once this Amber Alert gets issued, there are pictures sent out of what these children look like, right? You have to speak.
Sorry, yes. We created our own missing flyer initially, but once they got involved, the flyer evolved.
And even, I think you said you left Morenci, was it 2012? When did you leave as chief?
Late November 2013.
2013. So every year on the anniversary of this, did you have flyers created?
To my knowledge, they do that as a matter of course of action.
You say they.
The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children.
But did you see those photos distributed?
Well, they have a very robust distribution network, so much greater than I do. So they were good at getting that out nationally.
Didn't you also do a roadside check of vehicles just to ask questions of if they'd seen the children?
Yeah, a year to the date, and we did it approximately the same time that we believe that John had potentially driven through an area, Morenci Road at 127. We didn't know for sure he'd driven through that particular intersection. We really were just based on where we believed he started and where we knew his cell phone had traveled. So we partnered with the state police during the time of day that the morning that we believed he could have driven through there. And as cars drove through, we passed out flyers, asked if anybody had potentially seen his vehicle. Excuse me again. Unfortunately, we weren't able to develop any leads out of that.
But it's fair to say, as long as you worked in Morenci, you never stopped looking for these children.
That's correct.
And you never found any sign of life of these 3 children, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, let's get back to the laptop. Talk about Skelton's internet, when I say Skelton, John Skelton, his internet activities under these exigent circumstances. There was the Joanne Taylor email account. Were there other accounts?
Yeah, there was a Cafe Mom account.
What is Cafe Mom?
It is well, I don't know if it still exists, to be quite honest, but it was a website, like a blog. It was for moms to support one another, coordinate, recipes, play dates, share aspects of child raising, whatever they could do to support moms.
Okay. So you found a Cafe Mom account on there?
Yeah, it appeared that, at least from that laptop, an account was surreptitiously created in an effort to communicate with Tanya by John.
So it appears that John Skelton created his own Cafe Mom account.
Yes, pretending to be someone else.
And he was using that account to talk to Tanya Zubers?
He was communicating with her through the messaging system.
And you said surreptitiously. In other words, he didn't tell her it was John.
Not to my knowledge.
Was there also a Yahoo account?
Yes.
And now all of these accounts, through this this investigation, were determined to be from the same IP address. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Was there also a search of cellular telephone movement for Friday, November 26th?
There was, based on the search warrant of John's cellular records, at approximately 4:13 a.m. on the 26th, tower information puts the phone in the vicinity of his home.
That's Congress Street?
Yes.
Okay.
At approximately 4:29 a.m., the phone is on the move, appears to be on the move away from the home. At approximately 5 a.m., his phone hits off a tower near Pioneer, Ohio. And then 5:01, 5:04 a.m., the phone hits off the towers again near Lazy River Campground in Ohio, Williams County.
Okay.
And then at 6:46 a.m., the phone appears to be back in the proximity of his home.
Okay. So it's your understanding that through whatever visitation arrangement that Tanya and John had the 3 boys Thanksgiving and was supposed to deliver them to Tanya at 3 p.m. on the 26th. Is that correct?
Yes, my understanding. I don't recall this moment if that was dictated by court order, but that was certainly the arrangement the 2 of them had.
Okay. And so the time that you're talking about, is you just went through 4:13 a.m. on November 26th. So this is time that the 3 children were with John Skelton. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So, and to your knowledge and through your investigation, there was no one else at that house? was
Well, I guess I would have to back up. It's my understanding the children were with him. At some point, they are no longer with him. I guess I don't know for sure, when that occurs.
Right, but what I'm saying is, from your investigation, you would agree that that was his visitation time,
Correct.
correct? And during his visitation time, when Tanya is not there with him, and to your knowledge, no one else is there, correct?
Correct.
He left his home at around 4:30 in the morning, correct?
Correct.
And he came back sometime around 6:45.
Correct.
And during this time, or at least his cell phone, right?
That's correct.
Because that's what you're tracking, is the cell phone.
Well, we did speak to a witness, Christy Schaefer, who indicated that she had gone by John's house about 5 a.m. and had stated that she did not see his van at that location. So we do know his phone is not at the residence and the van is not at the residence at 5 a.m.
Thank you, Chief. I know that it's 2025 today, but this happened in 2010, right?
That's correct.
And what happens in 2010 on Black Friday?
Well, people.
Generally, with
Yeah, people are out shopping.
Okay, so it's not unusual for someone to drive by the house at 5 a.m. on Black Friday.
That's correct.
And it's your understanding that that person just noticed the van wasn't there. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
And who was that?
Christy Schaefer.
So we know that, based on the cell phone, that the cell phone left at 4:30 and did not return, and went into Ohio, hit off towers in Ohio, and came back to Congress Street around 6:45, correct?
That's correct.
We also know that a family member drove by the house around 5 o'clock in the morning, and the van wasn't there.
Correct.
So it makes sense that the phone and the van were together.
It'd be reasonable to surmise that.
And somebody's probably driving away, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I know this was a very large investigation, Chief, and I know that it's my understanding that when there are large investigations, many agencies working together, you have briefings. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You have meetings with all the agencies and put a plan together?
We met regularly. The dynamics changed. So we often had impromptu discussions about what the next steps were.
But part of that is so that you're all not doing the same thing, right?
Correct.
And you want to use your resources as much as you can to investigate. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
And did you learn of an interview with John Skelton at Toledo St. Vincent's Hospital?
Yeah, we had learned that John had been transferred from Fulton County to St. Vincent's in Toledo. He'd been acting erratically, so they transferred him up there for further observation. We met as a team, made some decisions about what the next steps were, and ultimately determined Detective Sergeant Ed Price and Special Agent Mike Glennon would be sent to the hospital to potentially interview him and see if we could.
What did you learn from that?
During their conversations with John, he shared that he believed that the boys had been wrapped in a blanket and then placed at a old schoolhouse near Kunkel, Ohio. And at this stage of our investigation, we had a plethora of law enforcement in the area, and at the police department, which was our command post. And so we dispatched personnel and myself down to two different schoolhouses near Kunkel, Ohio. One was I don't know if it was an old elementary school, but it had been converted into residential living, and another was more of a historic one-room style. I don't know if it was one room, but one-room style schoolhouse. And we checked those areas pretty thoroughly and weren't able to find the boys.
Let me back up just one, make sure I understand. John Skelton told the team that boys were wrapped in blankets and placed in an old schoolhouse in Kunkel, Ohio. Is that what you said?
Correct.
And so then a team was dispatched to search any schoolhouse in Kunkel, Ohio. Is that what you're saying?
Well, he said an old schoolhouse, so we identified those two locations as being really the only old two schoolhouses, and we checked them.
And what'd you find?
Nothing.
What else did they learn? Did he describe a nightmare?
Well, after our initial findings, or negative findings, came back from our searches, they went back in and spoke with him again. During this time, John described having a nightmare, and within this nightmare, he describes what he thinks is Joanne Taylor, but he's unsure if it was possibly himself. And he explains that he is, I believe, is it 95% sure that the boys were in a dumpster near Holiday City, Ohio. He urges the interviewers to respond and get his boys. He refers to himself being perceived as a monster. He's concerned, he expresses concern about being perceived as a child killer during the course of this interview.
And this is also when he says that he may be Joanne Taylor.
Yes, he was unsure as he described it.
And is it true that he also drew a picture of the location of the dumpster?
He did.
Was that investigated?
Yeah, we certainly had folks in that area already, so agents went and responded to that area, checked the dumpsters, and it discovered that the dumpsters have already been dumped. Follow-up with the waste management company discovered that the trucks that picked up the dumpster and the dumpsters in the area went to Waste Management of Ohio, and communication with those folks, they keep track of where trucks dump things in the waste area, in the dump site, and were able to point us in a direction. The FBI's evidence recovery team sent several people out to the location and performed a search of the area that we were told that truck dumped its load. And unfortunately, we're not able to locate anything.
Now, as this investigation continued, there were more search warrants done. Is that right?
Yeah, as we talk about this, we talk about it kind of step by step, but there's a lot of things happening at the same time, right? So we have search warrants going on. We're still searching electronic devices, trying to track down as much data as we can collect. It might lead us to where the boys' whereabouts are.
And this is all happening simultaneously, correct?
Yeah,
So there's a team working on search warrants, there's a team interviewing, there's a team searching. All these things are happening at the same time.
correct.
And one of the searches, did you find some internet activity regarding poison?
Yeah, a search of John Skelton's laptop showed search. I should stop. I don't recall if that particular was on his laptop or his other computer, but I do recall that a search of his computer discovered that there was a search for rat poison, and can rat poison kill a person?
Did you say can rat poison kill a person?
I did.
Did you also find anything about breaking a neck or anything like that?
We found he'd conducted a search on the 20th of November, how to break a neck and spine, spinal cord, and cerebellum.
Was there also additional social media activity that you found?
We found a Facebook post from November 24th where he states, and I quote, "I love my wife very much. May God and Tanya forgive me."
Was there another one around on that same day, about 2.5 hours after that?
Yeah, he messaged, I don't know their, relationship in total, but a Herschel Ward, at least an acquaintance of his, that said he was killing himself tonight, but right now he was fine.
Did you also find, is this also when you found out about the cafe mom and that he was actually communicating with Tanya?
Well, that's when we discovered more thoroughly the records. We were able to retrieve more of the records related to that activity.
Now, did you also end up with text messages? Did you do cell phone searches?
Yeah, I think I mentioned earlier that we recovered the text messages from the cell phone of the exchange between John and Tanya leading up to his scheduled time to meet to turn the children over, in which he states, that he's going to be late and that the kids are with this Joanne Taylor.
So you learned through the text messages that the text was sent from his phone to Tanya's phone, saying that the kids were not with him and they were with a Joanne Taylor, correct?
Correct.
And that's the same Joanne Taylor, in your opinion, that was created by John Skelton.
Yes.
Now, after we talk, I know that it's hard to keep it because everything's happening at one time. It's hard to separate out. But now I want to talk a little bit about the searches. I understand there was quite a massive search put together. Is that accurate?
Yes. We began having local citizens and people from the area start showing up and just randomly searching city parks and areas where they thought the boys might be. And it became a little bit of a logistical challenge for us. I ended up meeting with then Fire Chief Chad Schisler. We discussed trying to create some organization to it, bring some focus to it. In addition, we had received complaints about people going on private property and things like that. So, the decision was made to try to organize that, and hopefully with some of the tips that we might get about a particular area, we could deploy a lot more people in a quicker time. And we had integrated with the fire department some officers from the area that would kind of help out if they saw anything suspicious or there was some concern. At our peak, I think we had about 425 volunteers that showed up for nearly a week.
You also had multiple fire departments, correct?
Yeah, we had fire agencies from all over the region. I couldn't even begin to list them now.
I know Toledo was, or I read that Toledo was involved. Is that correct?
Yeah, Toledo Fire was involved as well.
Now, I'm not submitting these as evidence, but do you recognize the things that I'm holding up?
I do. Those are maps that the fire chief and I, so each morning I would try to meet with the fire chief and we would talk about the areas that have been searched so far, and based on information we were developing or tips we were getting, as cell phone data came in, things like that, try to nudge them in that, in different directions. And if we didn't have anything, if I didn't have anything specific to get to him, we knew that John's phone at least had left the house and had gone down to Holiday City, Ohio, and then at some point come back. So I had mentioned to the chief if we could do our best to literally search every public area, public roadway, public parks, public accessible locations in southwest Lenawee County, northwest Fulton County, northwest Williams County, and southeast Hillsdale County. And those are the maps we used to do that.
You recognize it?
I do.
What is it?
That was generated by the fire department. It was used to track all the volunteers, the teams they were assigned to, and the many of the different search locations that they were assigned to.
You would agree there's hundreds of pages here.
It's a voluminous book.
And this is when your team and multiple volunteers, you said 425, you searched all the areas where the cell phone tower hit, is that correct?
As much as we could.
Now, at some point, there's a pastor, and the pastor is Donna Galloway. You familiar with Donna?
I am familiar with Donna.
What do you know about Donna Galloway?
Donna, I don't know if she still is, but at the time was a pastor at a local church in Morenci, and she was acquainted with Tanya
And John?
and John.
Okay. And did she come in to assist your investigative team during some interviews?
Well, one particular contact of note is John had somehow telephoned Tanya's cell number, and Donna got on the phone and spoke with him. She reported to me that during that conversation, as she was pressing John for the locations of the boys, that he mentioned, said something to the effect of, "I sent them home. Don't you understand? I sent them home."
So, just so I have the wording correct, I sent them home. Don't you understand? I sent them home.
Correct.
And he's saying that to his pastor.
Correct.
What does that mean to you?
If you're asking my opinion,
I'm asking your opinion.
you're speaking to a person of faith, a person that believes in God. The impression it leaves me with is that he sent them to heaven.
The word of this. He murdered them?
It's certainly a conclusion.
So, did you arrest John Skelton at some point?
Yes, we did. We consulted with the Lenawee County Prosecutor's Office, and on November 30th, we made contact, as our team made contact with John in Toledo, took him into custody, and he was later extradited and brought back here to Lenawee County for prosecution for 3 counts of unlawful kidnapping.
Okay. And was
Unlawful imprisonment, I'm sorry.
That's what. So he was charged with 3 counts of unlawful imprisonment.
1 count for each boy.
And on January 17th, was he interviewed at the Adrian Police Department?
He was.
And what did you learn from that?
He was interviewed by Detective Sergeant Cindy Gokenauer and Special Agent Sue Lucas. I observed the interview remotely. During the course of that interview, John, as he had done previously, his story continued to change about, the whereabouts of the boys. He ultimately acknowledged that Joanne was a backstory created, and that in fact it was part of this clandestine operation to move the kids to a secret organization. What he described was that he was at a truck stop near Niles, Michigan. He was eating in the restaurant, struck up some conversation with a guy there, and out of that conversation, the guy indicated that he had connections to a secret organization that could facilitate moving the kids safely. Not long after that conversation, John said that he began receiving nondescript envelopes in the mail with instructions and paperwork regarding this organization, and a cell phone with a pre-programmed phone number in it. When we attempted, or when the interviewers attempted to seek verification, and can you provide any of that documentation or anything, he explained that the instructions were to burn the materials and or return the other items that weren't burnt. And this exchange apparently went on for a period of time until the boys were turned over to this organization that he identified as United Foster Outreach and Underground Sanctuaries.
Okay, so during this interview, you state that he admits that he lied. Is that correct?
Yes,
So he's a liar.
yes,
Okay. And then he tells you about an underground organization that he has zero proof exists. Is that correct?
that's correct.
And you already know that he dropped off the children's coats and toothbrushes and other items at his aunt's house the morning of November 26th. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And conveniently, in this made-up story, he states, well, I had to burn everything that would have shown that any of this is true. Is that correct?
Yeah, what he didn't burn, he said he had to return. So he wouldn't have any of the items available.
So he gave you zero proof of this organization.
That's correct.
Did you ever find out any information about this organization?
No, certainly as an investigative team, we all used our available resources, databases and such to search if there's any existence of this organization, and no one was ever able to turn anything up.
Do you believe John Skelton killed his 3 children on or about November 26, 2010?
I do.
In fact, you announced that this was a murder investigation within a couple of months of this happening. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
During your time working on this case, did you ever see any evidence or any hint that these children may be alive?
No, I'm confident they're deceased.
And are you confident that they were killed on or about November 26th?
I am. I am.
Now, one final question. When you left the Morenci Police Department, what did you do with the investigation?
One of the team members that we worked with was a Lieutenant Sean Furlong from the state police. I contacted him, told him that I would be changing jobs, and I thought the best place for this case at this point was going to be in their hands. I ended up meeting, myself and Officer Hildred ended up meeting with him, and then Detective Brewer at our station. We turned over all the materials, evidence, everything related to the case to them.
And Detective Brewer works with the Michigan State Police, is that correct?
Correct.
I have no further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Ms. Day?
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Did you ever personally meet the 3 children at any point prior to their disappearance?
Yeah, I was at their house one time, and I don't, off the top of my head, I don't recall specifically what it was, but I was at their house, and I believe it was Alexander was in this cool little police getup, and he was telling me how he wanted to be a police officer someday. It was a real, it stuck with me at the time, and even certainly after the incident, it stuck with me ever since.
Okay. And you stated you don't recall the reason that you would have been there at that point?
Not off the top of my head right now.
Okay. Do you recall when that would have been in relation to the investigation starting?
I don't. I'm sorry.
And then earlier you testified about Alexander calling 911 on November 21st, 2010, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And that was because he could not find his father, John Skelton, within the home, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And was it your understanding that the children would have been with John at that point due to it being his parenting time with the children?
I can't speak specifically to what the parenting time schedule was. I'd have to review that material.
Okay.
But I can only assume that that was the case.
Okay. Do you recall if at that point in time, and again, this would have been 6 days prior to the last time the boys had been seen, do you recall if both Tanya and John were residing at that home, or was it just John at that point?
I think I know the answer to that question, but I'm not as confident with it.
May I approach? Okay, so what I just handed you has been marked as proposed exhibit S6. Does that document look familiar to you?
It does.
Okay, and can you identify that for the court?
This is a report from September 13th of 2010 that I completed regarding the incident I testified to earlier regarding John attempting to take the kids to Florida.
Okay, and is that document then an accurate representation of your investigation with regards to that call?
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay, and in that police report, what time did the call come in that day?
11 a.m.
Okay, and can you just remind us who was the caller at that point?
Tanya was the caller calling the police department asking for an officer regarding what was happening.
Okay, and what was happening, that would have been when John initially took the boys from school and headed to Florida, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and based on that report and based on your conversation with Tanya, how did she tell you that she first became aware of the fact that John had taken the boys from school?
I believe Kathy Wood, the school support staff member, notified her.
Okay, and did you ever personally speak with Kathy Wood from the school?
I have to review the report. I don't
Okay,
recall
you
if I
can-
specifically did that. Karen Wood, I'm sorry. Yeah, my report indicates that I spoke with Karen at the elementary school in the office.
Okay, and based on your recollection or report, do you recall why Ms. Wood would have called Tanya about the children being taken from school?
Well, John had indicated that the records for the children may need to be forwarded to Florida, and that was one of the things that gave her concern that he was leaving with them.
Okay, so is it your understanding then that Ms. Wood didn't necessarily have to call Tanya, but she did due to the just concerning nature of the statements made to her by John that day?
That's correct.
Okay. I would move to have that exhibit admitted into evidence.
No objection.
Thank you. It may be received. Would you like it published in the High?
I would,
Thank you, sir.
I'm not quite tall enough to get that from you correctly. Was that S6?
S6.
Okay. And do you recall who the last person or people were that would have seen the boys prior to their disappearance other than John Skelton?
My recollection is we interviewed Adam Johnson, a neighbor who had seen two of the boys in the backyard the day before they went missing.
Okay, so that would have been November 25th then?
Correct.
Okay. And did this man make any statements regarding what the children were doing in the backyard specifically?
I think he just said they saw them back there playing, just
Okay.
hanging out.
So nothing concerning regarding what he saw them doing in the backyard that day?
No.
Okay. And you testified that there had been that failed suicide attempt by John Skelton on November 26, 2010, which would have been the day the children had last been known to be alive, and that there was that suicide note that you testified to earlier. In your professional opinion, and based on the fact that you testified earlier that John is known to lie, do you believe that that was a real suicide attempt?
I do.
You do? Okay. Do you know how John got to the hospital that day?
He was transported by a cousin or something, if I recall correctly.
Okay. You testified earlier that John had drove a van, correct? Just in general?
Yes.
Okay. Was that the only vehicle that you had known John to own and drive?
I recall him having a motorcycle, but the van is the only one I'm familiar with.
Okay. And earlier you testified that the van was not at the home around 5:30 a.m. based on that witness that came forward and said that they had driven by that day and on the 26th and hadn't seen the van parked in the driveway. Are you aware of if the van was at the home in the driveway on November 26, 2010 at the point when law enforcement arrived?
Well, I'm going to back up. You said 5:30 a.m. The witness provided us that they went by about 5 a.m., not
Okay.
5:30.
Okay. Was the van there later that day though when law enforcement arrived?
As part of this preparation, ma'am, I'd have to look at the case files.
Okay. That's okay.
I do want to mention, if it appears that I don't recall that specific answer, I hope the court understands that the paperwork involved in this case is significant. There's just an enormous amount of material. So if I am unable to answer specific questions like that, just please keep that in mind.
Okay, that's okay, and it was also 15 years ago, so I think
Yes,
that's
ma'am.
understandable. Do you recall if there was anything significant about the home on November 26th regarding the children's rooms when law enforcement had arrived?
No.
Okay. Did you at any point ask Mr. Skelton why the home had looked the way it looked when law enforcement arrived? Regarding like the cut wires, you know, just the home being in that disarray. Did you ever ask him why it was the way that it was?
I never asked him those questions personally. I don't recall if in the interview at Adrian Police Department if that topic was broached or not. Most of that interview was focused on, you know, trying to gather information to where the boys were at. So I don't recall that question ever being asked.
Okay. Do you recall if you ever asked at any point during your investigation what John and the boys had been doing the day before that they had last been seen, so November 25th, 2010?
Yeah, I think John indicates that they were baking, cooking or something in the home, having Thanksgiving dinner.
Okay. At what point was an Amber Alert put out for the three boys?
It's about 10:30 on Friday the 26th.
Okay. And did you personally call that Amber Alert in?
I did.
You testified that John informed law enforcement while he was at the hospital on November 26th that the boys had been wrapped in blankets and put in an old schoolhouse in Ohio. Are you aware if John was insinuating whether the boys were alive or deceased at that point?
The way it was presented suggested to me that they were deceased.
Okay. Was there any significance with Holiday City, Ohio and the Skelton family other than John making the statements at one point that the boys had been there in a dumpster?
The dumpster where it was located was nearby a hotel where John and Tanya had done some excursions there, done some overnights as a couple there.
Okay. And then regarding the statement by John that the children had been placed in that dumpster, were you under the impression that, again, he was insinuating that they were deceased at that point?
Yeah, that particular part, I've listened to that interview, and that particular portion, he's very, of all the interviews, he's very emotional, very erratic during that part of the conversation, very emphatic that the responding officers get there quickly.
Okay. So would you agree then that earlier on in the investigation, John Skelton primarily made statements to numerous people that would insinuate that he did in fact kill the three boys?
Can you restate that question, please?
Yeah. Would you agree that early on in the investigation, John Skelton had made statements to law enforcement such as the dumpster statement, such as the boys being wrapped in blankets and placed in an old schoolhouse, that would insinuate that he had killed the three boys early on?
Yeah, I think those are two examples, but I think there's a number of things that suggest that as well.
Okay. And then it seems like later in the investigation, and to this point, John is alleging that he didn't kill the boys and that he gave them to this underground sanctuary. Would you agree with that?
Yes, John's story evolved a number of times. He did numerous interviews with the media in which he painted sometimes slightly different pictures of what he had done, the stories he had given previously.
Okay. Are you aware if John Skelton was employed at the time that the boys went missing?
I recall he was driving truck, but in that moment, I don't want to say for sure. My best recollection is that he was not employed. He was currently unemployed.
Okay. And then you testified that John said he had to burn certain items according to this alleged organization. They told him that he had to burn certain items. Was there ever anything found burning at the home when law enforcement arrived?
No, we executed a search warrant of the property and to collect any potential evidence, and we certainly never found anything that would resemble what he was describing.
Okay. Is there anything else that you didn't have an opportunity to testify to today that you feel is important or necessary for the court to know in this matter?
Nothing I can think of in this moment.
Okay. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Any regret?
No, no.
Any reason we should not thank and excuse, Chief, please?
Please.
Yes. Thank you for your time and your testimony.
Thank you, Judge.
You are excused. All right. Would you like to take a break, or would you like to go to your next
I would
witness?
like to take a short break.
Ms. Singh?
I agree with that.
All right, very well. We'll take a brief recess then.
Your Honor, 10 till, is that enough time? Or 5 till?
It should be. I've been informed that I've got another matter also, so it might end up being a few more minutes, but we'll let you know as soon as we can.
So at least until 10:55.
Yes. Cards
Is it
and
okay?
recess.
All rise, please.
We have another
So
matter.
we'll let you know if we need to move it. Next witness, we have all of our
Yeah.
city parties and attorneys have rejoined us.
Your Honor, we call FBI Special Agent Corey Burris.
Could you spell that for us, please?
COREYBERRAS.
Okay, thank you.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Watch your step there.
Just for the record, I always use his name.
All right.
Unless they're finding the word.
Well, you're a little far away. Is it D or a B? The beginning of your last name?
B as in boy.
Thank you. Okay, all right. Well, I'm glad I asked. Proceed at will.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Corey Burris.
And Mr. Burris, where are you employed?
I'm employed as a special agent with the Federal Bureau of Investigation in our Detroit field office.
And how long have you worked with the Federal Bureau of Investigation?
I've been with the FBI since May of 2002.
May of 2002. What did you do before May of 2002?
I was a corrections field supervisor for the state of Wisconsin.
What is that? What did you do with this?
Within the state of Wisconsin, I ran probation and parole offices for 2 separate units. I was also part of a sex offender review committee for all the sexually violent persons in the state of Wisconsin, so I was part of their assessment and review team.
And then you applied to the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
I had applied to the FBI in 1998.
Okay. And so you did you go to school in Quantico?
I did.
What does that entail?
It's about 4 months of rigorous training, both legal, physical, mechanical, a lot of just the basic training that'd be required to have basic competence to become an agent in the field.
And you said you've worked there since 2002, was it?
Yes,
So about 23 years of experience with the FBI plus prior law enforcement experience.
yes.
Are you familiar with the case of the Skelton children?
I am.
And how did you come into contact with this case, or how did you become knowledgeable about this case?
I was, at the point I was assigned to our Ann Arbor resident agency, which does cover Lenawee and many other counties. I received notice that there's an Amber Alert, and I was ordered to report to Morenci, and I did report to Morenci on or about November 26th or the early morning of November 27th, 2010.
So we had prior testimony that an Amber Alert went out sometime after 10 p.m. And what you're saying is you responded somewhere shortly after that. Is that
Yes,
accurate?
yes, I responded to Morenci.
But you didn't look at your watch to say I stepped in
Correct.
12:01 or 11:15?
Right.
Understood. So when this Amber Alert was issued, what were you informed of? Take your time.
Yeah. I was informed of there are 3 missing children who were last in the custody of their father, John Skelton, that they failed to be returned to the mom at the pre-designated time. At that stage, I'd learned that he was in the hospital and the children were unaccounted for.
And did you then respond to 112 East Congress Street?
Yeah, I initially showed up to our command post. I think it was at the Morenci Police Department or the City Hall. I think they're combined. And I was assigned to stay in the Skelton residence as we were getting all the other resources available, get Michigan State Police, all their forensic people there. So I stayed in the house that first night.
So when you say you showed up to the command post, how many people are there? Who's there?
Initially, I was one of the first responders, so there was only a handful. I think Larry was there, Chief Weeks was there, we had a couple FBI agents. I think our on-duty agent was there. And I showed up. I think a local police officer was there. There was not, by the time I showed up, there was not a large group of people.
And it became larger as you were there, is that accurate?
Yeah, we within a day or two, we had 50 to 75 FBI agents, plus all of our personnel in command and specialties there.
Okay. Did you become aware of an incident in September of 2010 as part of this briefing when you showed up?
Yeah, I was informed that John Skelton had brought the 3 children from Morenci down to Florida without the consent mom of Tanya Skelton. Yeah, we also learned through talking with Tanya that he was allowed to have visitation on certain days and times with the children, but the children were in the primary care of Miss Skelton.
So in other words, John Skelton was exercising parenting time, visiting time.
Yes, sir.
with children. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And was there a time when Tanya Skelton, or Tanya Zubers now, was interviewed by the FBI?
Yes, there was during the initial response.
And is that where you learned this information of what had transpired over the few months prior to the reason for the Amber Alert?
Yes.
As part of the investigation, the FBI, did they discover some accounts?
Yes, we started a robust investigation. Part of the initial findings, we're going through some email traffic, and we learned that John Skelton had created a Yahoo account. John Skelton, 1971 at yahoo.com. That was created on or about October 30th of 2010.
Was there another?
Yes, we learned another Yahoo account was created on or about November 6th of 2010 in the name of Joanne_Taylor at yahoo.com. It is interesting, the same IP address that was used to create the John Skelton Yahoo account was the same IP address that created the Joanne Taylor
What does
Yahoo.
that mean?
Functionally, it's the same internet connection. Presumably, the same laptop was used to create both accounts.
Could you surmise from that John Skelton created those accounts?
Yes.
And then there was a preliminary cart forensic examination of Mr. Skelton's laptop. What did you discover there?
There's another email account that we learned called, I'll spell EQCILDAAN at yahoo.com. And that email account was used to create a profile on a website at Cafe Mom.
Okay. And what is Cafe Mom?
I think it's more of a social media gathering for interested parents to discuss whatever parenting issues or is just general light commentary for parents.
Okay. Do you know the name of that account?
It was Mom Forever Young.
But not a
correct. His mom forever, Young was spelled Y-U-N-G.
And do you remember what date Mom Forever Young joined the cafe?
November 6th, 2010.
And did that account have contact with, or did you learn that King had a cafe?
Yes, we learned, our investigation subsequently determined that Tanya Skelton was crafty biker mom at Cafe Mom.
And did you find communication between Mom Forever Young and Crafty Biker Mom?
Yeah, on November 16th, Mom Forever Young sent an introductory message to Crafty Biker Mom on that forum.
And who did Mom Forever Young identify as?
Mom Forever Young identified herself as Joanne.
Is that a reference to Joanne Taylor?
Yes.
And did you also learn during these examinations on November 13th, there was some online searches done? What were those searches for?
We learned through our analysis that John Skelton's laptop was used to conduct online searches. Part of the searches included a search for potassium cyanide, the availability of prussic acid, is rat poison tasteless and odorless, can rat poison kill a person, is it odorless and tasteless? Those were the search terms.
What does that mean to you?
Definite interest in finding something that could harm or kill someone.
And then on November 19th, did you find, now this is all, I'm still referring to this cart examination, the forensic examination of the digital devices. Did you learn of something that occurred on November 19th?
At 7:02, Mom Forever Young that left a message for Crafty Biker Mom on that Cafe Mom forum.
So Mom Forever Young is John Skelton. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Crafty Biker Mom is Tanya Zubers.
Yes.
And so you're saying on November 19th at 7:02, is that AM or PM?
AM.
7:02 AM, John Skelton sent a clandestine message. In other words, he was disguising himself as someone and sent a message to Tanya. Is that accurate?
Yes, he was pretending to be Joanne Taylor and sent a message to Tanya Zubers.
And then later that same day at 3:01, what?
At 3:01, Tanya responded and asked, pretty much, who are you? Tried to request, who are you, why are you reaching out? And at the same day, the user said, hey, I'm Joanne Taylor.
This is the account that was created by Johnson.
Yes.
This Mom Forever Young, did she give an explanation of how she knew John Skelton?
Yeah, at 4:33, a response was sent back to Tanya, identifying her name as Joanne Taylor, and described a background as to how she knew Tanya and how, in fact, Joanne Taylor knew and met John Skelton. And that description was laid out as they had car trouble. John decided to stop by, help them out, noticed that he had kids, was offering them food, helping them out quite a bit. And also noticed like a Cafe Mom sticker. So he realized there was a connection with Cafe Mom.
And this is all found out through this account created by John Skelton.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
Continuing on with this forensic examination, what about November 20th, 2000?
November 20th at 5:20, the analysis determined that Skelton's laptop was used to conduct an online search at Bing.com on how to break a neck, and then further, how can you break someone else's neck with your hands? That was accessed, and from 5:29 to 5:45, the following searches were conducted: neck and spine, spinal cord, cerebellum, brain, and brainstem.
And then the next notable discovery would have been November 24th. What was
Skelton sent an email to his friend who was in North Carolina, advised his friend in North Carolina by saying, killing myself tonight, but right now I'm fine.
Through your investigation, when was the last time a non-family member saw the children?
Thursday at 2:30, the Thursday, November 25th, 2010, at 2:30.
Okay, so that would have been Thanksgiving Day?
Thanksgiving Day at 2:30 in the afternoon.
And to the best of your knowledge, he had visitation from November 24th through November 26th?
Right, he was scheduled to return the children at 3 o'clock on
November
Thanksgiving.
26th. So
Yep.
Black Friday.
Black Friday, yep, yes.
Did you learn of Tanya Zuber's, where was she located? Where was she at on Thanksgiving Day?
She was having Thanksgiving with her family, not in Morenci, in Kunkel, Ohio.
Did she inform law enforcement that she had ignored several calls and texts from John?
Yes, she did.
Because she was spending the holiday with her sister, is that accurate?
Yes.
Was there a time that you learned that she being Tanya, spoke with John?
Yes, they spoke later that day. When they finally connected, John had said that he was angry, that she wasn't responding to calls. He demanded, "Do you still love me? Is there a chance of reconciliation?" She replied negatively, that there was not. His reply is that she would never hear from him again, and then hung up the telephone.
Did you find out some information about a next door neighbor, Adam Johnson?
Yeah, Adam Johnson was a next door neighbor who, on that Black Friday evening, right about 11:30 in the night, heard a car door slam from John Skelton's residence.
You said it was on Black Friday, but
Oh.
did you mean at the end of, it was right before Black Friday?
Yep, I'm sorry. Yes, the 25th.
So on 11:30 p.m. Thanksgiving Day.
Yes.
Correct. I know the date changes at midnight, but.
Yeah, well, yeah.
We'll keep the date straight if we
Yep.
can. On November 26th, between 1:10 a.m. and 1:41 a.m., what did you find?
We learned that a message was created at that Cafe Mom address from Mom Forever Young to Crafty Biker Mom. So from John to Tanya, a message was created at that Cafe Mom website. It was not sent.
Okay. And then at 5 a.m.
At 5 a.m., neighbors had driven by John's house and observed that his van was not in the driveway, and they're surprised that his van was gone.
But that was also the morning of Black Friday,
Yes.
which was not unusual back then to leave, correct?
Yeah, I don't.
The sales started.
Sure. Yeah. I don't know of his pattern, but yes.
But it would also be a reason that there were witnesses out and about to even notice it.
Correct.
Now that draft, was it eventually sent to Tanya?
Yeah, the draft that was created earlier that day was sent out at 7:02 in the morning from Joanne Taylor, John Skelton to Tanya.
And what was there anything remarkable about it?
Yes. The text from that included, "Glad you won't have your boys to fondle or sleep with." And John just dropped his sons off with me, and I will be watching them until he returns.
So John Skelton sends a message to his wife at the time, Tammy, disguised as someone else, saying that John Skelton dropped the kids off to this disguise. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, as part of this forensic examination, did you also look at the movement of the cell phone?
Right. A separate examination of a cellular telephone was conducted by our cell phone specialists.
Okay. What'd you find out?
We learned that approximately 4:13 in the morning, his phone was at his house. And then approximately 4:29, the phone had moved from his house away 3.3 miles from his house.
And then,
Between 5:01 and 5:04, the phone continued to move to the vicinity of Lazy River Compound, or Lazy River Campground, located in Bridgewater Township in Williams County, Ohio.
okay. And then, what was the next?
At 6:46, the phone had returned to the vicinity of Skelton's residence.
Now, when we say Skelton's residence, we're talking about 112 Congress Street in Morenci, right?
Yes,
And so what you're telling the court is that at approximately 4:30, 4:29, until 6:46, excuse me, his phone left his residence and traveled into Ohio and returned home. Is that accurate?
yes,
Now, were you also aware that John Skelton had parenting time visitation with his children during this time?
yes.
And to your knowledge, was there anyone else at the house during this time?
No,
So it would make sense that he either left the children at home alone, or he took them with him.
yes.
What do you believe?
I believe that's when the bodies were disposed.
At approximately 7:15 a.m., what happened?
He was observed by one of his family members at the house of one of his nephews, Brian O'Brien's house.
And is that where Lisa Kern lived?
I believe so. Yes,
And that would be John's aunt.
yes. Some of his family. Yes.
And what happened there?
There are 3 winter coats that were dropped off at that residence.
And who did those winter coats belong to?
Andrew, Tanner, and Alexander
Still.
Skelton.
Was it cold?
Yes.
So we're talking about Thanksgiving in Michigan.
Thanksgiving in Michigan is cold.
And John Skelton dropped off the boys' winter coats at 7:15 a.m. to his aunt.
Yes.
He also leave other belongings?
Yes. He went to Kern's house and left some of his personal belongings, personal items, and advised her to make sure his mother gets this stuff.
Because he didn't need it.
Apparently not.
Were toothbrushes part of that?
Yes.
Children's toothbrushes?
Yes.
So the children didn't have their winter coats or their toothbrushes?
Correct.
At 8:54 a.m. that morning, what did you find?
8:54, we went. Our analysis from his computers. He used an online screen name of John Laser and sent a text message to an Alexandra Noreen, an internet associate, saying, "I'll be dead in 10 minutes." Just letting people know.
At approximately 11 a.m., what happened?
Tanya reaches out for John and asks if he can pick the kids up at 1 o'clock. And then his response via text is that he and the children were with a friend north of Jackson, Michigan, and he would be unable to return them any earlier. He continues, things are real complicated right now. I'm on the way to Fulton Hospital. I wasn't honest with you. I've been waiting for the boys to come home too.
So he tells Tanya at this point, he doesn't have the kids,
Correct.
and that he's on the way to the hospital,
Right.
but we don't know why at this point.
Correct.
Through your investigation, did you find out why?
Subsequently, we learned that he had hurt his ankle.
Do you know how he hurt his
I do not know how he hurt his ankle.
Do you know if he was attempting to commit suicide?
I'm sorry?
Do you know if he was attempting to commit suicide?
He reported that he was attempting suicide,
And that's how he hurt his ankle?
presumably.
Do you know when the last login to Mom Forever Young account was?
November 26th at 11:12.
Okay, so ever since that day, to your knowledge, and the update search warrant, updates of the search warrant, there's been no more activity from that account.
Correct.
And that's the last time John Skelton would have had access to that account, is that right?
That's correct.
So at 1:21 in the afternoon on November 26th, what happened?
He called his aunt, Jennifer O'Brien, and asked for a ride to the hospital. Jennifer said she wasn't able to and referred her to Kelsey Borowski. She would be able to provide him a ride to the hospital.
And do you know if she took him there?
Yes, I believe Borowski brought him to the hospital for the ankle, for the injured ankle.
And was Borowski interviewed by the Michigan State Police?
Yes, Borowski was interviewed by the Michigan State Police as part of this investigation.
What did they learn?
Borowski told troopers that Skelton had told her that the children spent the prior night, Thanksgiving evening, at a friend's house, and that Tanya would be upset with him.
And then at 3:30 that afternoon, what did you learn?
At that stage, Morenci Police Department went to Skelton's house on Congress to conduct a welfare check. One of the officers entered the house for a welfare check.
What was found?
Upon entry, there was a spiral notebook with a 3-page handwritten suicide note. It was addressed, "Dear Tanya, love John." Certain parts of the note that we learned from the investigation read, "You need to be strong now. Sorry I hurt you yet again. This time it was on purpose and to kill my pain of losing you. I had no one here." It continues, "I guess my actions today will guarantee you won't have to see me again or in heaven. I pray God will forgive me, but I know it won't happen. May you find peace in the days to come. You will hate me forever, and I know this."
So this suicide note that you saw, you read, was written to Tanya.
Yes.
And I just want to go back through some of the things you just said. It stated that John was sorry, that he states, "I'm sorry to hurt you yet again. This time it was on purpose." Is that right?
Yes.
And he goes on to say, "I guess my actions today will guarantee you won't have to see me again or in heaven." Is that correct?
Yes.
What do you take from all of that?
I think that was his passive admission,
Admission of what?
killing children.
And that part of that is he knows that Tanya can never forgive him for what he did.
Correct.
Last thing on that, "You will hate me forever, and I know this." Is that right?
That's correct.
And any doubt in your mind what he was saying?
I have no doubt in my mind,
What was he saying?
Tanya, I killed the boys.
On November 27th, so this would be the next day, Mr. Skelton was interviewed at St. Vincent's Hospital by the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Yes.
And I know you have reviewed part of that and were part of that investigation. Could you tell the court what took place, what you learned from that?
We had 2 agents from our child abduction response deployment team had contact with John Skelton at the hospital trying to determine the location whereabouts of the kids. At that stage, I believe they also had Pastor Galloway there.
Who's Pastor Galloway?
I think it was the family pastor of the church, and I think she was helping them out, helping their relationship, their marriage out as well. She was with them. He was interviewed, provided Miranda at the hospital, and over the course of different interviews over that day and the next, he gave many statements to investigators.
Okay. So let's talk about some of those things that he said. Did he talk about Joanne Taylor?
Yes, he did. Initially, prior to talk about Joanne Taylor, he did recall with the investigators that Andrew, Alexander, and Tanner were in their pajamas the last time before they were taken from the house. One was playing video games. That was about 9 o'clock. Another boy was working on the puzzle. So, and about.
So they weren't in their winter coats.
They were in their winter coats. They were in the house, being kids.
And they had on PJs.
Right.
To the best of your knowledge, and based on that investigation, that's what they were.
Yep, that's what he told us. It was, yes. He ended up being very specific as to which pajamas they were in. He advised that he was confronted based on the preliminary information that was obtained that we believe Joanne Taylor was fictional, that she didn't exist, that she was not part of this interaction, and that it looked like the person that he created in the Cafe Mom was in fact him, posing as Joanne Taylor. He said he understood and he did not deny that statement to investigators. He didn't contest that it was not him posing as Joanne Taylor. And then he also advised a week prior to this interview, he was online researching ways to commit suicide, perhaps by breaking his neck. He continued identifying Thursday, November 25th, on Thanksgiving. He recalled playing with the boys, helping them get into their pajamas. And that sometime after 9 o'clock, he wrapped them in blankets, giving each boy a stuffed animal. And then he placed them in his van, putting the younger boys in booster seats, and making sure they were all in the seat belts. He said that Drew was dressed in brown pajama pants with an orange stripe on the side. He did not remember what type of top Andrew wore that night. Tanner was dressed in camouflage pants and a Scooby-Doo shirt.
But he described it.
He described, yes, he described with their sleeping clothes, right.
Now, he didn't recall the stuffed animals,
Correct.
or which ones.
Yeah, he wasn't,
Gave to what.
right, he wasn't certain what stuffed animals he gave.
At some point, the Federal Bureau of Investigation advised him that based on the viewing the pings of the cell phone, the examination of cell phone towers, that he wasn't home.
Correct, they confronted him that he was approximately 20 miles southwest of his house, right about 5 o'clock in that morning. Skelton told the investigators that he did not recall leaving his home.
But then, as this conversation continued, did he say that they may be in a schoolhouse?
Yes, he said, he indicated that he directed the investigators to go look in an old brick schoolhouse in Kunkel. He described the schoolhouse as a 2-brick building with a chain link fence, pretty specific about it. He said it was deserted, but still open. He advised the history that he used to meet Tanya's sister there and exchange tomatoes, and that the family lived very close to that schoolhouse in Kunkel.
Okay. And do you know if that schoolhouse was searched?
Yes, we deployed a team very quickly there.
So while this investigation was while this interview was happening, there's a team searching the schoolhouse?
Right. We would get actionable intelligence, and we had sent it out to investigators who would resolve that as quickly as they could.
So safe to say there were a number of law enforcement officials working this case all at the same time.
There's a large number of investigators from many different jurisdictions and agencies, and a large response to this Kunkel school.
Okay. And so nothing was found at the schoolhouse?
Correct.
And then was he confronted with that information?
Yes, he was confronted, and then he provided a separate place to look.
And what was that?
Well, the story that he brought up was that he had a nightmare that scared him, and he envisioned that he was standing in Holiday City, Ohio, on Highway 15. He is across the street and described a nice hotel where he had stayed with Tanya in the past. Had good memories about that event. He further directed investigators to a dumpster that was adjacent or an immediate area of this hotel. It was next to a mom and pop restaurant. And he advised agents that there was a light there. He's very specific about it. And I think he drew a map or was provided some sort of reference and put an X on the spot that agents should go searching for the boys in the dumpster. He was encouraging investigators to leave now and go check that dumpster.
To the point, he actually shoved one.
Yeah, he had physical contact with one of the agents to compel her to go search that site.
Did he continue on to talk about Joanne Taylor being there?
Yes, Joanne Taylor came back in, and that during his dream he described having tunnel vision and seeing that he saw his van pull up next to the dumpster, and then he saw Joanne Taylor there and saw Joanne Taylor get out of his car. And he was concerned that if it was Joanne Taylor, is actually him getting out of the car.
So he was not my words, I want you to use your words. What I'm understanding is he tells the investigators that he may be Joanne Taylor.
In effect, yes. Yes. He said that if the person getting out of the car was Joanne Taylor, that would be him.
And in fact, doesn't he say that I need you to go search this dumpster to find out if I'm a child killer?
Yes, he was concerned that people could construe him as being a monster or to have murdered his children.
Now, did the FBI send out their emergency response team in conjunction with this dumpster and subsequently the landfill?
Yes, we conducted an investigation. By the time we showed up at the dumpster was empty. So we conducted an investigation as to what company would pick that up and where it would go. We identified the company who picked it up, and they're very specific about where that the contents of those dumpsters were placed in the landfill. So as a result, we had specific instructions. Our evidence response team went to that specific site and engaged in a physical search of that area with negative results.
And when you say conducted a search, was it a cursory search?
No, it was a very thorough search.
And nothing was found?
Nothing of relevance to this matter was found.
Now, towards the end of that interview, I'm going to refer you to one of the reports based out of that interview. But in the report, it talks about when Skelton is recounting his dream and he talks about Joanne. What's his physical reaction?
He had a strong physical reaction. He began to cry heavily and hyperventilate.
And this is during the time where he's questioning if he is Joanne Taylor.
Yes, yes. He said he got hot, his chest hurt. He just had a very strong visceral response when brought back to that dream and his debate whether or not he was Joanne Taylor.
And he was insistent that the boys were in that dumpster.
Absolutely.
I think you may have already spoke to this, but one of the questions that he had for agents was about whether he was a monster.
Correct.
Talk about that.
Yes, he brought up going to the dumpster, said that is where you're going to find the stuff, meaning the boys. You're going to find the boys there. The boys got to be there. The boys are not in an open field, is what he told investigators. He offered that he was 95% sure that the boys were in the dumpster. And that's when he started to cry, have that visceral response, directed one of the agents to leave and go find my boys. And the concern turned to that, that he needed to find out if he was a monster. That's what he told the investigators, that if they found the boys, everybody would think he is a child killer and a murderer.
So everything that you learned from this interview, does it suggest to you that he killed the children?
Absolutely.
When I say he, I mean John Skelton.
Yes.
Any doubt in your mind he killed these?
No doubt in my mind.
So he was also confronted during this interview about the fact that he took their coats and toothbrushes to two of his aunts. What was his reaction to that?
His reaction, he took the items to his aunt's home because they did not need them anymore.
And when he said that they did not need them anymore, did he provide any plausible explanation of them being alive and needing anything like that?
November in Michigan, you always need a jacket. Your kids, you always need to brush your teeth.
Was he speaking of the children as if they were deceased or dead?
I don't specifically recall.
Now, he talked about when he returned home after dropping his stuff off at his aunt's. So he dropped off the coats, the toothbrushes, and the laptop, several things. And he talks about going home. What did he talk about doing when he went home?
Committing suicide.
Okay. And did he talk about how?
Yeah, he was debating using a knife or jumping off the roof of his house. He decided that instead he'd bind his hands and feet with pieces of tie-down strap and jump off the second floor banister from a noose that was located at the house.
Okay. Now, you said the first night that you got involved in this, part of your personal responsibility was to go to that house.
Yes,
And when I say that house, I'm talking about 112 Congress Street.
yes,
Did you go there?
yes.
What did you observe inside that house?
It was destroyed.
Okay.
Personal items, a big cabinet was knocked over, dishes broken, cords, extension cords, cords to the TV were cut, car keys were cut, a significant amount of disarray. It's like something had exploded in the house. We noticed a noose was hanging from the second floor. From the upstairs, it was tied around the banister and hanging. The house was in significant disarray.
Do you remember the master bedroom?
The master bedroom was upstairs, again in significant disarray. I observed that the mattress was full. It was a larger mattress that was shredded. It appeared as though a knife had been put in the mattress and pulled down, and many slices were taken repeatedly. Yes,
So destroyed.
destroyed, unusable ever again.
So this is consistent. What you saw is consistent with this interview of what he said he was going to do.
Yes.
Now, at the end of this interview, why did the interview finally end?
The interview ended when he requested an attorney, so the interview ended thereafter.
Was that the last interview that he gave without an attorney, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, yes.
And just for a reference, I'm back to page 12. Chronological. Physicians and staff at Fulton County Health Center, were they talked to?
Yeah, the physicians and staff were helpful while they were still triaging and trying to, they knew what we were doing. They were trying to help us locate children. They provided statements. They told us what he had told them.
Okay.
And there are differing versions, nothing that we could act upon.
But some of the stuff that he was telling them had to do with how he was gonna commit suicide, is that right?
Yes,
And that's important because when you're treating someone, it's important to know why you're treating someone, right?
yes.
What did you learn from those stories? Were they all similar?
No, they're disorganized. There's no consistency to the stories that he is providing medical staff. There's nothing that we could do that we could use to help locate these children.
So fair to say, the one thing you did learn is that John Skelton's a liar.
That was clear.
Now, he was eventually transferred from Fulton County to a crisis center.
Yes,
And that would be, and he also was admitted to St. Vincent's Hospital. Right?
yes.
And did you try to speak to their staff?
Yes, we were unable to gain any information from that staff,
In
from their
fact, they
staff.
were unwilling to be interviewed.
Correct.
Now, further, there were search warrants done. Let's talk about the search warrant of the Skelton's residence. I know we don't have to go in, if you've already talked about it, don't go into complete detail, but that search warrant, you were actually in the house, so you saw all this stuff. And there were, we talked about the noose. And where was Skelton's vehicle?
It was parked next to his house.
So when you get there, the van that John Skelton drove was at the house.
Yes.
What was inside of it?
Nothing of any significance.
Except were the children's booster seats in?
The booster seats were in the van.
So you're a law enforcement officer in Michigan. Children of a certain age, are they required to be in a booster seat?
Yes.
If you were going to turn your children over to someone to drive them, would you provide them a booster seat?
Yes.
Where were the booster seats?
In the back seat, in the van.
So winter coats are at Aunt's house, toothbrushes are at Aunt's house. Kids are only in PJs somewhere, according to his statements. And the booster seats to transport the children are still inside the van.
Yes, and their asthma medicine and nebulizer were still in the house.
So the children took asthma medication,
Yes.
and during this search you found,
It was located in the house. Yes.
what's a nebulizer?
I believe it helps clear the lungs out during, leading up to an asthma attack.
And so all that stuff was still in the house.
Yes.
So if by chance any of this story could have been true, obviously medicine would have been taken with the children,
Yes.
you would suppose. Now, as part of these search warrants, there were also more internet history. I think we've already talked about the potassium cyanide, prussic acid, and rat poisoning, but that was all discovered again through search warrants, correct?
Correct.
There was also a search warrant for the Skelton MySpace. Familiar with that? Holmes does it. And also, I'm at the bottom of page 4.
Yeah, there was a large, the search warrants were expansive.
But that is where we discovered, or excuse me, where you discovered that all of the accounts had been created for the same IP address.
Yes.
And that was consistent with Congress Street in Morenci, Michigan.
Yes.
So I'm going to move you forward to November 26th, around midnight, on page 16. And There was a time where Pastor Galloway drove to the Fort County Health Center and spoke directly with John Skelton. Familiar with that?
I do. I am.
And what happened?
During the course, Pastor Galloway would have contact with John Skelton many times, and she provided that information to us. At approximately 9 o'clock, John Skelton told Galloway that Joanne had picked up the boys on Friday, November 26th, between 10 and 11 a.m. In the morning. He believed Joanne's last name was Taylor, and that Joanne had visited his home previously. And that the next day she had shown up between 10 and 11 and picked the boys up. That's what he told Galloway. Later on, at about midnight, when she had contact with John again, he was pretty upset and told Pastor Galloway that I miss them so much. And Pastor Galloway asked, where are they? He said, they're home. They're at home. She pressed, and that she spoke to John Skelton again and said he told her on the 27th that nobody believes me. They think I made up Joanne, that she's in my head. Seeking for clarification when Joanne picked the boys up, Galloway asked, so the boys didn't go with Joanne in the morning, Friday. Skelton told her that the boys went with Joanne Thursday night.
So that would have been Thanksgiving night.
Yes.
Okay.
Galloway asked directly where he took the boys, and he replied, home. I sent them home. Don't you understand? I sent them home.
What does that statement mean to you?
That he sent them to heaven.
Mark Pilbeam was then interviewed by the FBI. What did you learn from him?
Confirmed that they were friends, and we confirmed that that equidan@yahoo.com was John Skelton's email account.
So one of the emails that you discovered that was created from the same IP address, you confirmed was in fact John.
Yes.
That would have been his public email that he used with friends or whatever.
This is well known to be his email address that he used to contact Pilbeam.
Now further, did Pilbeam say anything about Skelton talking to him about not being able to have the kids?
Yeah, he recalled that John told them, if I can't have the kids, then she'll never have the kids either.
And do you understand that to mean she being Tanya Zugers?
Yes. And then he followed it up by saying that he would take the boys from Tanya, as he did before when they traveled to Florida in September 2010.
And then was Sandra Aarons interviewed?
She was interviewed, and we learned that she was John Skelton's aunt.
Okay.
Leading up, during the interview, she recalled that they had many conversations and his interest in committing suicide. And then he also had very graphic comments about killing Tanya.
Back to the search of the residence. Could you go through the things that were found? You don't have to go into extreme detail, but what was found in the search of the home? A rose. I think there was a rose.
Yeah, there was, I recall, a rose that was attached to the wall with a written statement. This is the rose that my first rose that Tanya had ever given me. That was, I think, affixed to the wall in some manner. I don't recall.
Was there also one about the last rose?
Yeah, in the last rose, there was also one, I think, that was affixed to the wall.
And this china cabinet that you described, what was inside of it?
Nothing was, but it was already knocked over. All the contents were strewn about. And it looked like everything had been destroyed.
Now, were you aware that there was a large search together, which lasted multiple days. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
And this consisted of fire departments and volunteers.
Yes.
Do you know what they searched?
Yeah, there were maps that were placed up in the command post. Those maps, and they just did a targeted area for places they would search, primarily based on the cell phone, the location, or if there's any actionable intelligence that we could work based on the interviews with John, such as Kunkel or other places that he said they would be. We had dispatched people out there, but there was a separate auxiliary of people that would search lakes, areas of land that were arranged by private citizens or private organizations. I believe, I think I can't remember the name of the official. Some police chief or fire chiefs also assisted in directing those land searches.
Were there also water searches?
There was also water searches as well, and that was via the City of Toledo Fire and Rescue. I think they had the most availability, and there were a number of locations of places that they had searched in the water.
So I know they'd searched a couple of lakes, but they'd also searched that Lazy River campground.
Yes.
Area, is that right?
Yes.
Including what was determined to be an unnamed lake, so a body of water that was on that campground.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
So I know you worked this case from November 26th, and I assume you've kept up with it as it's going on, is that correct?
That is.
So it's been almost 15 years since this happened. Is there any doubt in your mind what happened to those children?
I have no doubt in my mind that John Skelton killed Andrew Canner and Alexander Skelton.
Is there any doubt in your mind that it happened on or about November 26, 2002?
No doubt in my mind.
I have no further questions at this time.
Questions?
Yes. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You testified to being involved in the case almost immediately after that Amber Alert had went out on, I believe it was November 26th of 2010. But can you tell us whether you were actively still involved in the investigation, or at what point did you stop being involved in the investigation?
I don't have the exact date, but there was a formal transition of case management and OIC responsibility to the Michigan State Police. I don't know the exact time, but Michigan State Police has been the primary responding agency.
Okay. And when you were still involved in the investigation, were there any calls from the public regarding any tips of the children being seen or anything like that?
Yes, there's a significant response. We had a database set up, Rapid Start, I think is what it was called, might have been called CMC, where all the intake would be received, typed and assigned and resolved. So towards the latter part of the Bureau's investigation, we had an agreement with the state police that we would cover all matters outside the state of Michigan, just based on our resources and our reach, where in Michigan State Police would resolve any in-state tips.
Okay, so based on the tips then that the FBI would have been responsible for, so outside of the state of Michigan, were there any tips that came in that led to any significant searches with regards to those tips?
No significant searches outside the state of Michigan. I think primarily we were doing interviews, just running information down, but
Okay.
nothing significant.
Do you believe there were any credible tips that came in outside of the state of Michigan that you or the FBI were involved in?
I believe the callers believe them to be credible to their situation, but as it relates specifically to the Skelton matter, there has not been a solid investigative tip that leads us to a solid disposition in this case.
Okay. Based on just the media and things that, pop up on the internet, it appears that there were allegedly some calls that came in Sandusky, Ohio, regarding a sighting of the boys with a lady. Do you recall that?
We've had a number of tips. I vaguely recall tips that came out of Sandusky.
Okay. And can you give examples of what types of things the FBI would do to actually look into those tips?
As it relates to Sandusky, if my memory is correct, I believe there's a lady that was seen with two or three children that resembled the Skelton kids at a cafe. Typically, we would resolve those by going to the cafe, the restaurant, to the venue, having contact with the manager, taking a look at any video, any other available information that we could via interview waitresses, managers, that sort of.
Okay. Are you aware of if Tanya Zubers was at any point considered a suspect in this matter?
I was never aware that she was, I'm not aware she was ever considered a suspect in this matter.
Okay. Are you aware of any other people other than John Skelton that have been considered a suspect or maybe still are considered a suspect?
Not in the investigative, in the tips, everybody says this guy did it, that guy did it, but those have never been founded. It's our position within the FBI that, it's my opinion that he is the only subject in this matter.
Okay. You testified a little bit about John Skelton and the alleged suicide attempt that occurred on November 26th of 2010. And I believe when you were testifying to it, you were asked a question about it and you said reportedly. So can you, I guess, elaborate on that and whether you believe the suicide attempt was an actual attempt or maybe was it a cover-up, or what are your thoughts on that?
My thoughts on the suicide, there was no evidence indicative that he attempted to hang himself or stab himself. The only damage that he reported to have was damage to his ankle, which he went to the medical center. And I don't know if that's a result from falling off a ladder, burying anything, or falling off a banister. I don't know. There's no information for me to believe the source or how that occurred.
Okay. And you testified that he allegedly did this with a noose. What was that noose made out of?
The noose, I recall, is a thinner cord, light tan in color, maybe a half-inch thick. It was long. I remember seeing the picture, but it was more of a, it was just more of a cord.
Okay. Can you describe John Skelton's demeanor when you had contact with him personally around the time of November 26, 2010?
I had not had contact with him during that time. It was always our child abduction response team, special agents or troopers that would have that immediate response. I showed up. He was already in a medical facility, so I didn't have contact with him.
Okay. Were you made aware of anything by those people that did actually have contact with him regarding his demeanor that was significant or stood out?
Yeah, during the interviews, he was pretty emotional. And just like, as I noted before, when we brought up the idea that he thought he was, you expected that he was Joanne Taylor, he had that visceral response of the heart was beating very heavily, and he had very strong emotional response via crying and breathing. And that information was provided to us.
Okay. And based on that response, in your professional opinion, based on your trainings and your time with the FBI, is that a consistent reaction, or I guess a typical reaction for somebody whose children allegedly are somewhere they don't know where they're at?
I think there's a myriad of emotional responses. If my kids are missing, I'm going to be very emotional. I'm going to have a very visceral response. So I don't think that made it any more special. His response to either allegations of him killing his kids or just not knowing where they're at. He is very emotional.
Okay. And I know you already testified to the mattress in John's bedroom from when the search was conducted around November 26th, but was there anything about the children's room that stood out to you or was of significance?
I just recall the mattresses were on the floor. One of the mattresses did not have a sheet. It wasn't orderly. There was a bunch of toys and stuff all over. I believe from the master bed, or the first floor, second floor, main bedroom where the bed was sliced up, the bedroom to the left had two mattresses on the floor. One was just a mattress without any sheets on top of it. It was just complete disarray.
Okay. And are you aware of, if the time that John was interviewed by the FBI, if John ever made any statements or gave any indication of why the house looked the way it did?
I don't specifically recall.
Okay. If you know or if you can answer this, and based on your professional opinion and experience, do you have any ideas of why the house would have looked the way it did?
My experience or my training, I would imagine after such an event, that there's a lot of anger. And I do recall that John, when he cut up the keys, he wanted to make sure Tanya couldn't get anything back. Any of her private personal items in the house were destroyed, and there'd be no value to anything in the house that perhaps Tanya could take and use.
Was there anything that was visibly destroyed or damaged that belonged to the children within the home?
I don't recall.
You testified to the data showing that John's phone had been moving from Morenci to parts of Ohio and then back to Michigan in the early hours of November 26th. Do you believe that John was the person that was actually traveling with that phone at that point in time?
Yes.
Okay. And has there ever been any evidence that has been discovered that would suggest that anyone else was involved in whatever happened during the events on November 26, 2010, other than John Skelton?
No. No new evidence.
You testified about the dumpster that John alleged he put the boys in Cumberland, Ohio, and that there were searches there. Do you recall how extensive the searches were around that specific area?
Yeah, we had a good team that took off pretty quickly down there. I believe it was also supplemented with cadaver dogs, trying to pick up the potential cadaver odors or remnants thereof. And there was not a positive hit there. There was no indication of a body or things that cadaver dogs would locate.
Okay. Do you know if cadaver dogs were ever used to search the van?
I do not know.
Okay. Did you ever personally go to Holiday City, Ohio while those searches were ongoing?
No.
And you testified that it was both law enforcement as well as people from the public helping with those searches in Holiday City, Ohio, correct?
Not in Holiday City, Ohio. There was a group, I believe it was out of North Carolina, that were specifically trained in doing some grid searches in open fields and different sorts. That wasn't an immediate response to the incident. That was subsequent searches after things got controlled a little bit.
And you testified earlier to John making a statement that he was adamant that the boys had been in a dumpster and that they were not in any open fields. Did his comment regarding specifically them not being in open fields, did that stand out to you at all?
It did, and that just came from later on investigation in the steps. We utilized the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. They're a national organization that helps us in many different sorts of crimes against children. And we learned kind of the profiling angle, or at least what, like when parents kill their children, the manners in which they would kill their children or where they dispose of the bodies. So it was, looking back now, typically parents aren't going to leave their children laying out in the middle of the woods. They're going to take other certain steps to try to protect them in their mindset. It's what I learned from Nick Mick and one of the profilers.
Okay. You testified about those internet searches that John Skelton had done on the computer prior to the boys last being seen, which involved searches with rat poisoning and whether it could kill. Was the home searched to see if there was any rat poisoning within the home?
Yes, we looked for every possible cause or ability to kill.
Okay. And no rat poisoning was ever found?
No.
Was it looked into of whether John had purchased any anything significant that was, suspicious or, I guess, stood out around the time of November 2010?
Yeah, a financial investigation was conducted as well to try to track where he's been, gas, maybe bought wherever. It was noted the funds were depleted or at a negative balance, so there was no financial information that we obtained from a review of his finances leading up to the incident offense.
Did John Skelton ever give a reason for stating that he wrapped the boys in blankets while they were allegedly in their pajamas with those stuffed animals and putting them in the van?
He just provided the information that that's what he did. He didn't provide why.
I know that the three boys obviously were last seen in 2010, and we've had significant advances in technology since then, but were there any street cameras or anything like that that were available to be searched at that point in time?
The instant offense, I do recall that there's a gas station maybe at the main intersection of Morenci or in that southwesterly direction that we did research, and we did not find any information that would be of value.
Okay. You mentioned very graphic comments being made by John regarding killing Tanya. Can you give a bit more detail about that and whether it had any significance in the searches and how those were performed with the children?
No. The information came after everything calmed down in the searches. He was a tertiary interview of contacts, so we interviewed him later. I think it was Pillbeam or whoever. He provided here's some historical information about what we talked about. So we didn't have that information at the time that the events were going on.
Okay. How long after you became involved in the investigation did you believe or determine in your mind that the children were deceased and were not missing?
Probably within the first 72 hours.
Okay. Do you know if that was the same opinion and about the same time frame as the other investigators from the FBI?
I don't know. I didn't ask. I don't know. I think my perspective was different. I was managing a case. So I was like a hub of information, kicking leads out and analyzing information and setting people out. So I had a lot better flow of information. They would almost come to me. Chief Weeks, one of the, we had a senior agent with me as well, and even some MSP detectives that were working with us. So I think our perspectives were probably different because many of our people were just assigned, go out here, do that, go out here, do that. So I don't know if their opinions, I didn't ask, and I don't know if they would have an opinion based on what their role was.
Okay. Are you aware if the children had passports at the time that they had last been seen?
I don't know if they had passports.
Okay. Do you think it's possible, based on all of the evidence that you're aware of, that these children are out there in a different country somewhere, or maybe in the United States somewhere, just not being found?
I think their bodies are someplace in this area. I don't think they're anywhere else but in this general area.
Okay. Is there anything else that you have not already testified to today with regards to the children being deceased that you wish to testify to or that you think is helpful?
No, I think you have been thorough.
Okay. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Did you say at one point, excuse me, that John and Tanya had a conversation that you reviewed on the night of the 26th?
I believe that was a text conversation about her asking to get the boys back, or could have been that she wasn't responding to his calls while she was at Thanksgiving. And then it was later that night in which they either had text or phone conversation where he was upset with her, and that I believe I'd look back, but you won't ever see me again, or something to that effect. And I don't know if that's telephonic, talking, or texting.
Thank you. All right, any redirect, Mr. Castleberry?
No, Your Honor.
Any other questions, Ms. Stang?
No, thank you.
Any reason we should not thank and excuse our
Please.
witness? Okay, thank you so much for your time and your testimony and your efforts in the case. Pass them along to Mr. Weeks, too.
Thank you.
All right, at this time, we're going to take a break for lunch. See you back here at 1:30 to resume our proceedings for the afternoon. All right, very good. Okay, court's in recess.
All rise, please. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Could you state your name and spell it for the record?
Jeremy Brewer, Jeremy, last is Brewer.
And Mr. Brewer, where are you employed?
I'm currently employed by the Michigan Department of State Police.
And how long have you been with state police?
25 years.
So I don't want to go through your whole career, but what is your current position?
I'm currently assigned to a drug supervisor in a narcotics unit in the city of Flint, at the Flint Area Narcotics Group.
Prior to your assignment there as a lieutenant, where were you? What was your job?
My previous assignment, I was the assistant section commander at the 1st District Special Investigation Section for approximately 7 years.
And I know we'll keep going back, but right before that, what did you do?
Prior to that, I was a detective sergeant on the same unit for about 3 years.
So just so the court understands, with the Michigan State Police, Michigan State Police is broken up into districts, right?
Correct.
And what district are we in?
Currently, we're in the 1st District.
First district, and we were in the first district back in, when you were employed at the Special Operations.
Yes.
And so as a detective sergeant in that unit, what did you do?
We were in charge, we had 9 counties in our district, and Lenawee being one of them. And so we were assigned several different types of cases, a lot of which are more high-profile cases, officer-involved shootings, cold case homicides, public corruption, things of that nature.
So fair to say you were a specialized detective that worked in a district depending on what was happening?
Correct.
So would you also provide support to local units?
Yes.
Including local state police folks?
Absolutely, yes.
And at some point, you were assigned the Skelton case?
Correct.
Do you remember when that was?
I was in the late fall of 2013.
So when you were assigned to this case, to the Skelton case, I can imagine a bunch of files were turned over to you.
Correct.
Will you describe that?
Sure. Once Chief Weeks and the Morenci Police Department decided to turn this officially over to the state police, we set up a date and time for them to officially turn over all items of evidence and property to us, including all case files, evidentiary items. And so we set up a date and time to pick that up, and then that was transferred over to my office in Lansing, and it was at that time that I started to digesting it into the case.
Okay. How many files? Any idea?
I mean,
Voluminous?
thousands and thousands of documentation. Again, upwards of maybe 100 pieces of property, approximately. And then we also had things such as prison correspondence and prison phone call databases and tips. I mean, there were dozens and dozens of boxes of paperwork.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Can you see that?
Yes, sir.
Judge, can you see that?
I can see it. The text is a little small.
Judge, I have it on an 8.5 by 11. I can't read it. It's so small, but if you would like, you're welcome to try to look at this.
That looks like it may not be useful.
Would you like for us to move it closer to you?
I mean, if you want to.
It's up to you.
Well, it's right in the middle so that he and I can both see it.
Sure.
Sure.
There we go. Just make sure that you can see your witness. I can read it better. Can you still read it?
I think I'll be okay.
Okay.
Can you see me?
Yes.
Okay.
If you need to move, if you need to take a break,
Okay.
let me know. Now, some of this is going to be repetitive, but I don't know how else to present this to the court other than you kind of going through what you learned
Sure.
in your review of this case. Really what I want you to do is show the court the information that you had to go through to get to the point where you could actually start your investigation.
Okay.
So I'll stop you if I think there's things we need to add, but if you could please
Sure.
Tell the court about, let me back up one more thing. So as part of these case files being turned over to you, there was somewhat of a timeline.
Correct.
Correct. And this timeline was probably made by the Federal Bureau of Investigation with input from other agencies, but you took that timeline and you created a more detailed timeline. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Not only did you recreate part of their timeline, but you also filled in up to present day.
Yes, sir.
So could you start and please tell
Sure.
the court what you went through?
So, in preparing myself to get a better understanding of this case, this timeline was created. It essentially is more of a Reader's Digest version of all the, I guess we call them case highlights of the things that happened before I took the case over. And so we put this together just so we'd have a pretty concise document that we could reference for some dates and some times. A lot of the things that I'm going to be going through aren't a full, detailed, isn't all the information relating to that specific tip or that specific internet search. It's just, again, highlights more for me
Right.
and for the court, for the prosecutor's office to reference if need be.
Okay.
So it started off basically September 8th in 2010. Some of the information leading up into what happened on that Thanksgiving Day. John had called Tanya initially he wanted to move to Jacksonville, Florida. Tanya did not want to make that move. September 13th of 2010, John Skelton left, took all three boys to Florida. He was told he'd be charged with parental kidnapping, and he then returned to Morenci shortly thereafter. He still left for Florida with Alexander and Andrew. September 15th of 2010, Judge Noe signed an ex parte motion giving Tanya exclusive parental rights of the Skelton children. September 20th, after driving to Florida with Tanner, Tanya escorts John back to Morenci with Alexander and Andrew. September 21st, 2010, Judge Cole in Duval County, Florida, orders John and Tanya to return to Michigan with the boys. Moving forward to October 30th, 2010, there's an email account created, John Skelton 1971 at yahoo.com under a specific IP address. November 6th, about a week later, a Yahoo email account was created under the name of Joanne_Taylor at yahoo.com under the same IP address. There was also an account created under Cafe Mom, Mom for Everything at the same time. November 6, 2010, John sends emails titled Finish to Tanya and states, I'm sorry, some of this is a little difficult to read. I can't take all the hurting you're doing to me. That was November 6th. Just another week later, John Skelton's email search conducts a search for poison and can rat poison kill a person. Fast forwarding another 6 days, Tanya is contacted by the Mom for Everything under the Joanne Taylor email address on the website Cafe Mom, claiming to be Joanne Taylor. The next day, November 20th, John Skelton's laptop conducts the following Bing search in his search engine of how to break a neck and spine, spinal cord, and cerebellum. And that was the last search conducted at 1735 hours. November 21st, the next day, Morenci Police Officer Hilliard was dispatched to a 911 call at 112 East Congress, which was where John resided, for a 7-year-old boy who claimed his father was missing. Next, we have November 22nd, the following day, Tanya's sons tell Tanya that John did advise the boys that Tanya was a sex offender. November 25th, 2010, Tanya tells John there'll be no chance for reconciliation at that point. 2 days later, November 24th, John posts a Facebook message, "I love my wife very much, and may God and Tanya forgive me." The same day, approximately 3 hours later, a friend of John's, Herschel Ward, received a Facebook message from John saying, "I'm killing myself tonight, but right now I am fine." Later that same day, Tanya drops the boys off at her parents'. Tanya goes to clean a house. John is scheduled to pick up the boys at 3 o'clock. This is the last time Tanya sees her children, sees the boys. November 24th, 2010, Herschel Ward again receives a message from John, which reads, "I was going to last week, but Tanya opened up and I was going to move back in. This weekend, the kids found out that Tanya was a sex offender and told her. Now Tanya thinks I told them to be hurtful and mean. She won't listen, and I can't take her silence again." The next day, November 25th, cell phone analysis reflects John Skelton's target telephone remained in the geographic area consistent with his residence throughout the day. Same day, November 25th, Tanya spends Thanksgiving Day at her sister Tennille's house in Kunkel, Ohio. John's laptop did start using the internet November 25th between the hours of 1:38 and 4:04 p.m. November 25th, during roughly that same time frame, John did reference the Michigan Sex Offender Registry on the internet. Around, again, that same time frame, November 25th, the neighbor Adam Johnson and Chris Hawker see two children playing outside of the Skelton residence. So that was about 2:30 in the afternoon. November 25th at about 4:15, John Skelton leaves a voicemail for John Kaselka. Kaselka reports hearing children's voices in the background during this phone call. November 26th at 01:37, Skelton logs into the internet and visits allrecipes.com, marriagetoday.org, and reads an article, "Our Kids Better Off If We Divorce?" Then goes to Cafe Mom at approximately 1:41 a.m. and a message is composed. Moving forward to November 26th at 0500 hours, John Skelton's phone was located approximately 2.3 miles from a Verizon site. 480 moved to Sector 2 and 3 near Pioneer, Ohio. Again, previous to this, Skelton's phone was located 3.3 miles from the residence, which is indicative of the phone moving away from the residence. At approximately 5 a.m. on November 26th, Christy Schaefer and George Zubers drove by the Skelton house to see if John was up for Black Friday shopping, and his vehicle was not there, which is odd because at that point, his vehicle would usually be there at that time of the morning. And then just a few moments later, there was another cell phone ping. The cell phone was targeted between 2.2 and 3.7 miles from the Verizon cell tower near the Lazy River campground, and that was marked as a significant landmark in the area at that time.
Okay, is there anything remarkable to you that you wanted to talk about with regard to this one first?
No, this is just, again, showing kind of from when I first got to the case, how I got to the point of getting myself prepared for what all had taken place during that previous 3 years.
Okay, all right. And Mr. Casper, you can make him read all of them if you want to, but you could also stack them up over here, and if you give me a few minutes, I can get through them a little faster than
Sure.
he can read, unless you want to read them. It's up to you.
That's up to.
We would rather you read them, Judge.
Okay. I don't need, do you want them read into the record? I guess that's the real question.
No.
Okay, all right. Ms. Stang, have you had an opportunity to review these?
I have not.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I can't see the witness, so I'm gonna move him back.
Okay.
He can
yeah.
read it to you.
Yeah, that's fine, especially if Ms. Stang needs to know what it says too.
Read that?
Yep.
So, Mr. Brewer, Lieutenant Brewer, you reviewed all these case files. You and the Michigan State Police compiled these timelines.
Correct.
We are going to allow the judge to read them on her own. Ms. Stang, you're welcome to read them as well. But essentially, what we have on these boards are what's been testified to
Okay.
in this trial thus far. And so we want to pick up with you on from the date you started compiling the timeline, and you then actually went to meet with John Scott.
Okay.
Can you tell us about that
Sure.
process?
So it took me several months to get this timeline created, to get my bearings, for lack of a better term, and to understand all the different nuances and facets of this investigation. Several months later, I believe it was in February, early 2014, is when I first sat down with John Skelton, introduced myself to him, and explained that the Michigan State Police would now be the lead investigative agency moving forward in this case.
And what was one of your goals?
My goal was to develop a rapport with John. Obviously, I had not been involved with any of this prior. I had no knowledge of who John Skelton or Tanya or any of the boys were. I came into this from a very raw perspective of not knowing other than what might have been in the news briefly. But so I really wanted to try to get to understand John and know him. And just at that point, you know, we wanted to find the boys. And that's my main message to John. My main mission was to become allies with him and to try to get as much information from him that I could, so I could then do my job properly and try to find these boys for him.
What was his reaction when you tried to talk to him about the boys?
We would talk about everything under the sun. His family, the weather, sports, prison life. But if I ever directed the conversation toward why I was truly there, or about the boys, he would shut down and would never give me a response. He would claim that everyone was out to get him, he didn't trust anyone, and that basically, essentially, he wasn't going to provide me with any information.
Did you ever go through the fact that you knew that all of his stories were lies?
I did. I explained to him that, you know, from my perspective, coming into this again from a very raw perspective, that everything that I had read just didn't make sense, and that from a lot of the investigators that I spent hours briefing and debriefing with to try to gain a better understanding of this case, that there wasn't one person that thought he was telling any sort of truth. And again, when I would ever confront him with anything that would make him feel uncomfortable, he would just shut down. I would explain to him time and time again that if his boys were out there, they could be in danger. He gave them truly to a group that were strangers, that he has no idea what they could be going through, and that I was not here to try to keep Skelton in prison, keep John in prison, but to find the boys. And no matter how much I would plead with him or do my best to explain to him that I was not his enemy, I was an ally for him, he still would not shed any light as to what happened.
Now, part of this getting ready for these interviews, you interviewed Tanya?
Correct. I spent a lot of time with Tanya.
A lot of time with Tanya. You also interviewed John's family.
Correct. Yes.
So what did you interview?
So at the time, his family lives in Jacksonville. At the time, his father, John Sr., Jacksonville, Florida, yes, sir. He's now deceased, but at the time he was alive. So it was his father, his mother Roxanne, and his sister Lucinda in the same vicinity. So I did go there and speak to them on numerous occasions to try to get some insight as to, what they thought happened, any information they would be willing to share, try to find out more about John's past, and maybe leading up to this, things that would be helpful. So yes, we spent a lot of time with them as well.
So it wasn't just one trip?
No, multiple.
Multiple trips over a 10-year period?
Yes, sir.
10, 12-year period?
Yes, sir.
So it's fair to say you got to know his family fairly well.
Very well.
What did you ever learn from him?
My sense was that, number one, I don't believe they had any knowledge of what John did. I believe that it's very hard for them to come to grips with the fact that their son probably killed their grandkids. I believe that they knew and they know that he did something horrible, but they just come up short of admitting that to me. They want to help, but they also don't want to get themselves in a situation where they're more on the side of the police than they are his son.
Now, you say, we know when you had your first interview with Mr. Skelton. How many times, I know I'm not asking for an exact number, but how many interviews did you do with him?
At minimum half a dozen. There were times when we would correspond through, electronic things. If there was something I was following up with him quickly and I couldn't make the trip to the prison was good distance away from my current, my work site at the time. But there was contact with John dozens of times over the course of this, and now we're into the 12th year of me being involved.
Now, I want to refer you to your timeline. Could you go through your timeline? Now, this is 2013.
Correct.
Forward.
So along with a lot of the investigative police reports that I obtained from this, there were also boxes and boxes of paper copy tips and leads that had come in. At the time, the FBI had a tip system electronically. I believe it was called Rapid Start. That also then transformed itself into another system. So there was also electronic copies of a lot of the duplicate tips. Typically, when you get a tip that comes in, it's a carbon charge copy. Whoever is the intake person of that tip would then take the tip on paper, give the investigator the carbon charge. They would then investigate that. When that tip was closed out, they'd marry the two forms up together, give it back to me, and then that tip would be closed. So it was a very monumental task to cross-reference both the electronic database along with the dozens of boxes of tips to find out what had been closed, what was still open. And so that took, in effect, several years to work through. We had several of us that were looking at those. Anything that looked like it had some investigative meat to it, they would give that to me, and we'd determine if we needed to send people out for that. And so that was, honestly, it took a very, very long time to work through that methodically. And we did that, but it took a very long time.
And do you believe you tracked down any
Absolutely.
tip?
Anything that had an investigative lead that looked even remotely legitimate, even to the point where we would get calls from various psychics and mediums, things that sometimes were out there a little bit. Other times there was information relayed that seemed a little bit more specific. And for me to then allocate resources, whether it be an aviation unit, a dive team, a cadaver dog, the state police has been excellent with giving me all the resources I would need, but I'd have to make the determination, is it worth a lot of resources, time and money and all these things to put a group of people out investigating this tip. And if there was anything that was remotely legitimate, we would do that. And unfortunately, to this day, we've never found the boys.
So in all these tips that you investigated, and I assume we're talking hundreds if not
Hundreds.
thousands. Is that right?
100, yeah, I would say into the thousands.
Any sign of life
No.
of the three kids?
No. We've had a few that stood out, and I've referenced some of those on the timeline. There was 2015. There was a baseball that was found in near the Lazy River campground, and as I referenced earlier, that was a point where the cell phone pinged at, and so that was kind of found in a remote area, I believe, by a hiker or a hunter, and so that one sounded a little bit interesting. And we tested that for DNA. It came back, negative for the boys. We got another tip. I believe it was in 2016, 2017. Someone advised they believe they saw John Skelton's van in Fulton County, Ohio, near a body of water. The tip was that they saw the van. They believe it was on Black Friday, early morning. Not much to go on, but again, we saw it through. At that point, we had contacted Fulton County. They were very gracious and allowed the Michigan State Police Underwater Recovery Unit, the Marine dive team, to come in, and we spent a full day there, all of our dive team members diving and dragging that pond for hours. And that led to nothing, essentially. So we had things such as that would come up if there was something that in the hot zone, we call it, from that Morenci to Lazy River, Kunkel, Pioneer, anything in that zone that came in around that time frame, we would investigate fully.
Now, there came a time where there were some bones
Correct.
discovered in, was it Montana?
Yes. In 2018, we had received some information that there was a residence in Montana. I believe they had conducted some type of search warrant. The local authorities had done it out there. And there was a box of bones that was found in an outbuilding, like a garage or a shed. The initial finding from, it wasn't an anthropologist, but it was someone with a little bit of expertise into human bones, had advised that there were three distinct individuals that were identified in this box of bones, and they all appeared to be under the age of 10 years old, I believe. And so once that information started hitting law enforcement channels, it made its way to me pretty quickly, because obviously we had three missing boys under that age. And we had immediately contacted local authorities to go out there and try to get ourselves into this. Again, they were very gracious to allow us to become part of their investigation. We conducted some interviews with neighbors and with some of the folks involved in that community. In the meantime, those bones were then, I believe, sent to University of North Texas, which houses the DNA database, and the true experts are there. And then over the course of I believe it was a couple of months. So we had been investigating this while the bones were being examined, assuming that maybe these were the boys, and let's go all in. We received information within a couple of months that these bones were actually determined to be prehistoric, which is, they consider prehistoric anything over 100 years old. And so at that point we were able to close this tip out, because obviously they were not our boys.
In 2018, did you also have a chance to have a talk with John Skelton about an individual by the name of Mose Gingrich?
Yes. This interview with John was probably the most significant interaction I had had with him in the 5 years prior, leading up to this, with my involvement. I had an interview scheduled with John at the prison. I believe the previous interviews before that, he had, the only time he had mentioned the boys and with Tanya is that he wasn't going to, again, talk to me about it, because his boys were never going to be safe if they were going to come back to Tanya. And so I had talked to him and advising him that if we could make arrangements for maybe his parents to have the boys, or, you know, this court system, however that would work, you know, would that lead him to giving us some information. Again, he didn't really respond with much. He kind of shut down once I actually offered him some solutions and some help with that small piece of information. So leading up to this interview with John, I began talking to him, and just, again, started the interview with, hey, you know, let's really examine if we can get these kids somewhere else, and what are we going to do. He seemed to be fairly comfortable with that. We had a pretty good rapport. It was never adversarial. He would never really give me information, but we had a pretty good relationship, actually. And as we were talking and discussing various things, he kind of got quiet, and he said, well, I want to tell you something. And he said, you need to find Mose. And of course I had no idea what he was talking about. And I said, well, what's Mose? Who's Mose? And he said, Moses Gingrich. Again, asked him who Moses Gingrich was. And he had said, well, the group, or the individual who took his boys, showed him a picture of Mose and said, this is who you contact if you want to get your boys back. And of course, for him to tell me something like that was so far out of the ordinary. He never would even let me talk about the boys and what sports they like to play or what TV shows they like to watch, let alone something investigatively that would shed some light on this case. So that was fairly fascinating to me, that he decided at this point in time to give me a name at least. He didn't say much more than that, other than the group told him. He said the group gave him a photograph of Mr. Gingrich, but he burned it, or he lost it during the 2 days around Thanksgiving and Black Friday, but that's who I needed to contact. So once the interview was concluded, immediately I got to work on Moses Gingrich. After just a few minutes of searching, found that he, being Moses, was a former TV personality on an Amish TV show. I don't actually recall the name of the show at this second, but essentially Moses was on a show relating to the Amish. He was a former Amish person, and during that time he and his wife were getting out of the Amish community, and they were setting up some sort of halfway house or a system set up to where other kids and people who wanted to remove themselves from the Amish community, they would assist them on how to use a cell phone, how to use the internet, how to drive a car, those types of things. So that's Moses Gingrich. That's who he was.
So he would help people
Leave.
not go in.
Correct. Yep. Correct. So we found, again, that was, a simple internet search, honestly, we found Moses quickly and were able to determine that's a little bit of his background. I was able to track down a phone number for Mr. Gingrich and call him. I believe he was from Arkansas at the time, currently working as a truck driver. He was out of the TV realm at that point. And so I explained why wanted to reach out to him. Of course, I think he actually was driving at the time and, had to pull his semi over to digest, the magnitude of the conversation. And it was difficult initially because a lot of the information that I wanted to share with him, it's difficult to do that over the phone, especially something as sensitive as this. I'd rather see him face to face. But just due to the distance, I did need to disclose a little bit. And that led us to asking him if he'd be willing to come to Michigan and to do an interview with us and to possibly even get in front of John and to help us find these boys. Moses was 100% on board. He wanted to, number one, help us if there was something to do to help 3 missing children, but to also find out why this person in Michigan in prison for parental kidnapping and child endangerment would be mentioning his name. And so literally within just a few short months of John mentioning Moses to me, we had flown Moses to Michigan and conducted an interview with him. Then I went from there.
Okay, what happened next?
So next, Moses again agreed to meet with John. We cleared this with Michigan Department of Corrections. They said, absolutely, do what you need to do. And so I went back. John was kind of confused because usually, every few months he'd get used to me showing up, and this was probably off timing just a little bit. And so I spoke with John and I said, hey, we've got some, really, really good news. I said that, we were able to track down Moses Gingrich. And his response, it just appeared 100% fake initially. He was like, well, did he find the boys? And it's not the kind of response that, if we've just found your boys, you probably would be a little bit more excited or have a little bit more of a reaction than some fake rehearsed response. I said, no, we haven't found the boys, but he actually, agreed to talk to you, and we have him here today, and that's when I brought Moses in to the room. John's reaction to this was a little bit just unbelievable to me. He became white as a ghost. He couldn't formulate a sentence. He started visibly shaking, almost to the point I thought he might have a medical response. Moses sat down, introduced himself to John, and it took a moment for John to realize kind of what was going on. John never thought in a million years we would, what I believe, call his bluff on this. Again, Moses introduced himself to John and just said, this is why I'm here. This detective explained to me that you mentioned my name, and I just want to know, what I can do to help. How did you hear my name? And over the course of a few minutes, John was able to compose himself a little bit and basically told Moses the same thing, that this group gave him this photograph. He goes, I did kind of recognize you when you walked in. And again, John gave no other information. He had nothing to say. He had no excitement, no elation that we found this person who he initially told me would help us find the boys. He looked scared to death. And so for me, it was, and I've always, I had my own beliefs on what happened to the boys, but, was this the time that maybe John was actually giving me something that would be helpful? And for him to show in a complete opposite reaction to what he should be showing if we found the one person that can find the boys, it was just very enlightening to me as to his true involvement with whatever horrible it was that he did.
So you have Moses Gingrich there. He ask any questions about where the boys are to Moses?
No, I believe he explained the story to Moses about this group, giving him a photograph of Moses, and then Moses countered that with, well, that's very that's very odd because I was Amish, but I've spent a lot of years trying to help people get out of that lifestyle. And so there would be no reason for someone to think I'm trying to hide or be a part of 3 boys going missing. And in talking with Moses leading up to this and then even afterwards, because I had mentioned to him this underground group and things that the Amish had been mentioned a few times about being involved. And after talking to Moses, being a true expert in that arena, it was so clear that the Amish would want nothing to do with the media attention, the law enforcement attention. They're a very, very helpful community. They would want to help anyone, but the links they would have to go through in their community to hide 3 boys for a decade plus would just be unheard of. And he said, I don't even think they could pull it off. And to hear that from someone that not only knew about the Amish but was and lived it was just very, very insightful.
Did you confront John with the fact that he lied again?
Absolutely. And anytime I had a stern conversation with John about the boys, he would just shut down. He gave me no traction or no ability to, other than just to talk and to let him know that this was kind of the last straw. This was it. You've told lies from start to finish, and then you went 5 or 6 years silent with not saying anything. And the one time that you decide to give us some information, it again is a distraction technique to throw us off and to waste more of my time. And to waste Mr. Gingrich's time and all the resources that were put into flying him up from Arkansas, and meeting with him, staying in hotels, airline flights, all these things that go into something like that was just him wasting our time.
Just a game.
Just a game.
Now, you confronted Mr. Skelton multiple times about the different stories he's told.
Yes.
And each time, you informed him that he was lying. Is that right?
Yes.
Any question in your mind, John Skelton's a liar?
100% he's a liar.
Now, in 2022, there was another tip.
Yes.
What was that?
So in 2022, I received a phone call. Again, it came through the tip avenues. It was a reference to a kid out in California. I believe he was 21, 22 in that age range. The tip information said there's a kid from California. His name is Alex, and he believes he is Alexander Skelton. And so when I read the information, there wasn't a lot there, but I knew the age was going to be similar. And eventually there was a photograph attached to this individual, and I mean he was a white Caucasian male that, it's just hard to tell what the boys would look like, what Alex would have looked like now. But we had a really difficult time getting a hold of him. He gave us a cell phone number, but he was in between residences. And so we were finally able to talk to him. Within just a couple of moments, it was very clear to me that this individual was very mentally disturbed. He even said so. He admitted to that he had had quite the life growing up. He had no idea who he was. He was fascinated with missing persons, TV shows, and articles, and media because of the fact that maybe he would eventually find who he was one day. He came across this case, and he had convinced himself that he was Alexander Skelton. I believe it was out in San Bernardino, California. So I initially had reached out to the detective bureau out there, again, very gracious to assist, and was able to set up a meeting between this Alex and detectives from that department. They were able to do a DNA swab, conduct an interview with him. They also confirmed that I believe he even had a mental order in their police computer system for this individual. And after a few short weeks, and when that DNA test came back, it was found that he was not Alexander Skelton.
Now, throughout all these years that you've been investigating this case, you have had age progression
Yes.
photos made?
Yes.
And you have distributed these
Yes.
nationally, not just locally.
Correct. So along with the actual boots on the ground police work, knocking on doors, conducting interviews, we have also been heavily invested with the media. We've gotten calls and done interviews with Court TV, John Walsh, Nancy Grace. different CNN shows. I believe there was a missing Fox News show that we had done at one point. Channel 4 in Detroit ended up doing a 10-series podcast, fully invested into this case. A lot of detail, a lot of information. That show actually hit some of the national outlets. It won a bunch of awards just to show that this is hit nationally. We've not just hit Lenawee County News, we have hit, the national outlets. And with that, we have, again, other than getting a few tips here and there that ended up amounting to nothing, even with hitting a national stage, we have yet to receive anything that has led to us finding the boys alive.
In those immediate investigations that were taking place, there was also one that included the Amish, wasn't it?
I believe so.
And nothing.
No. No. Again, the Amish, the few times we've contacted them, they have not enjoyed talking to us. It's just not in their wheelhouse to do so. It's not part of their belief system. And there's never been one person in the Amish community or that have connections into the Amish community that can get us into those resources that have even giving us any hint that this would be something that they would do.
So in 12 years, any indication that these children are alive?
No, they're not alive.
Is there any doubt in your mind that John Skelton killed these 3 children?
No doubt whatsoever.
And is there any doubt in your mind that they were killed on or about November 26, 2010?
No doubt in my mind.
One thing, because we didn't go through the timeline, I would like to mark it and enter it as an exhibit. Would we call it petitioners exhibit 1?
Sure. So there's 4 total?
Yes.
Any objections?
No objections.
Very well. We'll receive all 4 as exhibit 1?
And I would ask that it be published in court.
Yes, absolutely.
No further
I'll
questions?
read them later if that's okay with you.
That's fine. No further questions, Mayor.
Ms. Stang.
Just to kind of summarize everything, can you name all of the law enforcement agencies that you're aware of that have played a part in this case?
No. I know initially we had the FBI, all the sheriff's departments locally. We had Fulton, Williams County, Ohio, Lucas County, Michigan State Police, but the Michigan State Police has 29 police posts. I would not be surprised if every post in some way has touched this with a detective knocking on a door, especially during the Joanne Taylor search. Multiple dozens of townships and counties and municipalities in Ohio. And then I couldn't even put a number on how many nationally have assisted, and we've sent tips out too that have helped us. But I don't think I'd be exaggerating when I'd say well over 100.
Okay, so is it safe to say then that law enforcement had every support that they would have needed to
Yes.
attempt to investigate this case?
Yes, the FBI has been phenomenal. They have opened up their books and their resources to us. The Michigan State Police has given me everything that I could have asked for as the lead investigator. There hasn't been anyone we've talked to once they understand the magnitude of this case that has not fully given us their support.
Okay. And you testified earlier to John's cell phone data showing that he was traveling on the early morning of November 26th from between Michigan to Ohio and then back to Michigan, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and based on your professional opinion, what do you believe John was doing during that time period?
My initial thought, or my thoughts, are probably that as the phone started getting into Ohio, I think we had a good track on the phone for about a half hour. Whatever it was he did at that point, he probably just shut the phone off to avoid detection. And then once he got back home and knew he had his bearings again, the phone came back on.
Okay, so if you know, what was the length of time that the phone was off to when he was back home?
I believe we had a little over an hour to hour and a half.
Okay, so is it safe to say he couldn't have really gone that far in that time period?
Correct. I mean, he could have also shut the phone off and just driven, a totally different direction. But either way, he only had probably time to drive at the most 60 to 70 miles and back.
Okay. And when you reviewed the evidence regarding the Skelton home that was searched on November 26th of 2010, what were your initial thoughts on what had occurred in that home?
So I remember one of the first things that I saw was the rope that he allegedly tried to hang himself with. When I looked at that, I didn't laugh because it was funny. It was almost humorous that he would claim that. because it was, I called it a shoestring. I've always kind of referred to it as that because it was so thin. Anyone in their right mind that would try to hang themselves from a very weak banister would not use that, in my opinion. So that was one of the first things that stuck out to me. Also, thought it was very curious about all the different tie straps and tie downs that were cut. It just seemed very odd. I mean, the house was, from the photo, I was not there at that time, but I saw, I poured over the photos. The house was just destroyed. He didn't want Tanya to get anything out of it, so he just destroyed everything. But the tie down straps that were cut, obviously, to me was very, very interesting. One of the other things that I thought was very odd was in one of the bedrooms or one of the areas where there were some mattresses. There were at least one or two that had, a sheet on them and had stuffed animals and toys that seemed normal. And then there was one that was completely bare, appearing to me as if something on that bed was recently removed as to why it wouldn't look like the other two. So those are some of the things that really stuck out, along with the fact that, again, he just destroyed everything. If he pulled off this heist of the century and got his kids safe with this group to keep him away from Tanya, he should be the happiest guy in the world because his kids are now safe. Why does he have to try to kill himself? Why does he have to destroy everything? And why does he have to leave a suicide note? It just doesn't. His story and the facts of it don't make sense.
Okay, and you just stated that you believe he destroyed everything in the home so that Tanya couldn't get any of it. Do you believe that's the same thing that he did with the boys, basically?
Absolutely. I believe, yes.
And you mentioned testing a baseball in 2015 that was found in Ohio for DNA and said it came back that it was not the DNA of any of the Skelton boys. So you actually have DNA then
Yes.
from the boys?
Yes.
Okay. And has that DNA ever been imputed into any databases?
Yes. Yep.
What databases?
The University of North Texas houses that database. It's called NamUs. And that database is constantly updated. There's constant DNA information being inputted in that. And to my understanding, there's kind of a revolving stuff that's going on behind the scenes all the time, to where if there's a missing persons found in Oregon, and that database that's entered into NamUs, and if it were to hit one of the Skelton boys, we would get notified of that. So there's checks continuously going on all the time with that National Clearinghouse.
Okay. And this underground group that John alleges he gave the children to, do you know what was the name of the group that John was alleging?
I believe he said Underground Sanctuary.
Okay. And did John ever tell you or anybody else that you would have reviewed those records of how he allegedly found this group?
Out of all the stories he told, he met some folks on the side of the road that he was helping change a tire, and within a few short minutes, trusted him enough to tell him his whole life story and that he wanted to hide his kids, and that they happened just to be part of the Underground Sanctuary, and within a couple of weeks, he sent them off to them.
Were there any ever statements made with regards to any business cards being given to him or anything like that?
There was some secret envelopes and secret numbers that John allegedly was given, that he even said something along the lines, these numbers to different newspaper articles that would come out that would then have some type of code that he would understand of where to find the boys. It was just way out there, didn't make any sense. And he had indicated that either he had burned those secret envelopes or that the police took them during the search warrant. And to my knowledge, there was none of that secret numbers and envelopes were ever found when we obtained the property of the evidence.
Okay. And aside from this case, have you ever investigated any other potential homicide cases?
Yes.
Okay. And in any of those other cases, were there ever any claims made like the ones that John just made that you just testified to that ended up coming out to be true?
No, nothing even close.
In your professional opinion, is it likely that John Skelton could have found this alleged underground sanctuary group, but none of the law enforcement agencies, which you just testified there were hundreds, none of them found them, but John Skelton did?
Right. That's absolutely absurd.
And with regards to Moses Gingrich, isn't it true that the TV show he was actually on was one that was airing within the prison where John was being housed.
Yes, I believe it's either Learning Channel or Discovery Channel or something that he would have had access to that in prison.
Okay, so you believe that's at the point when he came up with that story, that he had probably seen that on the TV?
It's not a stretch to say that John saw one of his shows in prison, and then that planted a seed in his mind to throw that to us as a distraction.
Okay. And during the investigation, were there ever any data analyst searches conducted by the Michigan State Police?
Yes.
Okay. And was there one specific person that was dedicated to doing those searches?
Yes. Well, throughout the years, we've had several that have been involved helping us in different things. More recently, we've got a cold case analyst. Her name's Kelly Hodges, that has kind of gotten us up to speed, done searches from, initially from 2010 all the way up to present day. And she can go into more of that, what her job is with that.
Okay. Are you aware of if the boys had passports?
I do not believe that they did.
Prior to you coming onto this case, when you were reviewing the evidence, you were made aware of the comments made by John to the FBI agents with regards to the children potentially being in an old schoolhouse in Ohio or potentially being in a dumpster. You're aware of those?
Yes.
Okay. And isn't it true that John told the authorities, even prior to telling the authorities to search those places, that the children were actually safe with people like Joanne Taylor?
Right.
Okay, so did it make any sense to you when you were reviewing that John would tell authorities to search those places if he believed the children were safe?
No, the context made perfect sense because all he has done is lie, but what came out of his mouth was completely contradictory from what he had said weeks before.
Okay. And you testified earlier that age progressions of the children had been done.
Correct.
Are you aware of how many of those have been done?
I believe they do them every other year. We have not done them recently. I think we had at least 3 or 4 sets, so it would have encompassed 8 years or so of the time they've been missing.
Okay. And when those age progressions were released, did the Michigan State Police receive any tips with regards to those updated pictures?
We would receive tips. A lot of times we would receive tips when we put things out there, but of late it's really been from more of like the psychics and the mediums. Nothing that's, hey, I believe these boys were seen in, Columbus, Ohio at a coffee shop. Nothing like that we could actually go out and investigate. So yeah, nothing's really panned out from those.
Okay. Is there any doubt in your mind that these 3 boys are deceased and have been since November 26th of 2010?
No doubt.
And you already testified about some of your investigation and the findings that led you to this conclusion, but is it accurate to state that there's way more evidence and information than what you just sat here and testified to today that leads you to believe that?
Absolutely.
Okay. And is there any of that other evidence that you haven't had a chance to testify to today that you think is relevant enough to this case of finding that the children are deceased that you would like to testify to?
No, I think we've covered the highlights for sure.
Okay. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Any reason we should not thank and excuse this witness?
Please do.
Any objection?
No objection.
Thank you so much for
Thank
your
you.
time and your testimony. You'll be on your way.
Thank you.
Your next witness, Mr. Kessel.
We will call Kelly Hodges.
Do we need it?
These are all injured.
Yes, there.
So I'm gonna leave them cool,
That's fine.
and just let me know when you're done.
Sure. Yep. Is anybody going to recess before we go any further, or a break?
All right, I would say let's do this witness, and then we can take a recess for the next one. She's just right down the hall.
Very well.
She'll be right here.
Okay.
Hi, you can come up here. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? There's a step here, be careful.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Would you like to state and spell your name for the record?
Kelly Hodges, Kellylydges.
Thank you. Mr. Casper?
Thank you, Aaron. Ms. Hodges, where are you employed?
Michigan State Police.
And how long have you been with the Michigan State Police?
About 4 years.
4 years. What is your job there?
I am a criminal intelligence analyst and I'm assigned to the cold case unit.
So what kind of things do you do?
Criminal intelligence analysts provide case support for investigators. We do everything from attempt to locate, person workups, proof of life checks, cell phone analysis, and other special requests.
Can you tuck up just a little closer to
Yep.
those microphones? Thank you.
So you had some training
I
in doing this. Could you tell us about that?
Yep, I have received about 7 years of training in different departments as well. I've done local and state different databases through law enforcement trainings. I've been through some government trainings as well and specialized trainings with major case investigations, narcotics, and other additional trainings.
So how did you become involved with the Skelton case?
I was asked in the summer of 2024 to do a proof of life check for the 3 boys.
Okay. What is that? What is a proof of life check?
A proof of life check is a verification process that we have to see if individuals are still alive. In those checks, we go through some different databases. Some of those databases include law enforcement databases, commercial databases, and federal government databases.
So I know you just named a few, but how many are there? I mean, and you don't have to be exact. Are we talking 10, 20?
I checked about 20 different databases that we have access to at the state police.
So you looked at 20 different databases in doing a proof of life check.
Yes.
What kind of things are you looking for?
We're looking for any indication that they are alive, whether that's hitting on their social security number, any arrest records, any warrants, any traffic stops, anything like that.
What'd you find out?
Not much.
Okay.
My searches indicated nothing, just the original case report.
So there was proof of life before November 26, 2010,
Correct.
and there's been no proof of life since November 26, 2010.
Correct.
So there's nothing that you found
No.
that would show that any of these 3 boys are alive.
No.
I have no further questions at this time.
Ms. Stang?
When was the most recent search for life performed?
My last proof of life search was, I believe, in August of 2024.
Okay, and nothing was found at that point?
No.
Okay. And do those search of life searches actually look into like social media platforms?
Yes.
Okay. What about phone records?
Yes.
Do those also look into the NamUs database?
Yes.
Have you used the age progression photos as part of those searches as well?
Yep. I actually did facial recognition, and I did that through Michigan State Police and then all the other states that participate in that. And I used both the original photos and the age progressed photos.
Okay. And for those, the facial recognition, is that used at places like the airports and things like that?
I cannot confirm. I'm not sure how that works, but it does check a variety of different sources.
Okay. Is there anything else that you haven't testified to today that you think is relevant to add?
I did check federal databases, and I did not see anything. A lot of those databases do check interstate records. Some of them are also located at different parts of the country, so like near the southern border of Texas. We had a very big search throughout the United States and we did not find anything.
Okay, I have nothing further, thank you.
Thank you.
Redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Any reason we should not thank and excuse Ms. Hodges?
Please do so.
Yes.
Thank you for your time and your
Thank you.
testimony.
Now we can take a short recess.
Okay, all right, sounds good. We'll see you all.
We are back on record with all of our parties and attorneys. Mr. Castleberry, we look forward to your next witness.
Your Honor, we call Tanya Zupers.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
There's a step here, be careful.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you please state your name for the record?
Tanya Zuvers,
Could you spell your name?
Tanyazuvers.
And what city do you live
Morenci?
in? And is that in Illinois County, Michigan?
Yes,
And how long have you lived in Morenci?
my whole life.
How old are you today?
58.
It's part of the record. I want to take you back in time, Tanya, to when you met John Skelton and married John Skelton. When did you marry John Skelton?
September of '02.
And did you have children with Mr. Skelton?
Yes, I did.
And what were their names?
Andrew, Alexander, and Tanner.
And is that order that you just told me, is that their
Yes.
progressive?
Yes.
At some point, these three children, Andrew, Alexander, and Tanner, could you describe Andrew for us?
Andrew was my smart as a whip, wasn't a computer or video game that he could not conquer. I want to say he was probably around 4 or 5 and he was playing a video game and the girls had friends over and he did something on this video game. One of the friends said, "Whoa, wait a minute. I've been playing this game forever. I didn't know it did that. Show me how you did that." So here's this little 4-year-old showing this teenager how to play this video game. And so he was
Smart.
very smart. They all three were very smart.
But we're not here to determine who's the smartest.
No.
I want a little bit of a description of each of the children.
Sure.
What about Alex?
He was very inquisitive. If he could take it apart and put it back together, he was happy. He loved to be friends with his sister's friends. They were his girlfriends, he liked to call them. He was going to be my ladies' man, I do believe. But fascinated with cell phones. Like, we always joke that someday he would be a cell phone programmer or builder or something like that because he was so into how does it work, and that, you know, he just thought that was neat.
Yes. About Tanner.
Tanner was my baby. He had been 5 for 1 month when they went missing. Had just started in big school, was so excited to be in big school like his brothers. He was still, had that little babiness to him. But he could tell stories, and he could tell them, and you would believe him because he would tell stories that were almost believable, and you're kind of going, I don't know, and then he would go, I'm just messing with you. And you're going, how do you do this, you know? But, yeah.
It's safe to
But-
say they were all pretty sharp children.
Yeah, they were. And they were each other's best friends. They were, they stuff that they, you know, very rarely did they fight. They were, you know, but they were only like a year and 11 months apart, each of them. And so they were built-in best friends.
Right. Now, we're gonna get into some things that are not so happy.
Right.
That is, at some point, the marriage with John Skelton started to have problems. When was that?
September 13th of 2010, when he signed my sons out of school, telling the school that he was taking them on a family vacation to Florida that I had no idea was happening and was not invited to be a part of.
Were you guys still together? on that
Yes, we were.
day? And what did you do in response to that?
My first call was to talk with a police officer. It happened to be Chief Larry Weeks, is who came. He told me that he would call John and see if he could get John to come to the police station and we could sit and talk. And while we were waiting for him to come to the police station, my daughters, who were older, both adults,
These are not children with John Skelton, correct?
correct, they are not children with John Skelton. They are from my first husband. They came to Adrian on my behalf and met with an attorney and found out that the only way to prevent John from taking the children was, or for me to get custody of them, that I needed to file for divorce. And I said, well, do whatever you have to. In the back of my mind, I had always heard, you know, if they take them out of state, you have a hard time getting them back, you know, and I didn't know any of that. So I'm like, do what you have to do to get me custody.
Okay.
And we'll cross the next bridge when we get to it. I don't want him taking them out of state until we've had time to discuss this further. So when he came to the police station, I said to him, I said, so how long do you plan on being in Florida? He said, I don't know, 3 weeks, a month, I don't know. I'll put him in school down there if we're going to be too long. And I said, well, you realize to enroll them in any school, you have to have birth certificates, you have to have social security numbers. You don't have any of that. And so we talked. I said, you know, we can go home. I can find that information for you. Just kind of playing his hand for a little bit just to see if I could get him to hold off. So we went to the house and I looked, pretty much found all the paperwork I needed right away, but I still had not heard from my daughters that everything had been signed and filed. So I was kind of holding off, and I don't even know how long we were at the house, and he come out of his he had a room where his computer was, and he came out and he started yelling at me, and he said, "You've been lying to me," and I'm like, "What are you talking about?" Well, apparently when he decided to take them, he had made an appointment with an attorney and was going to consult. He claims he was just going to see what he could legally do about taking them to Florida. And ironically, he had the appointment with the same attorney that I had already retained. And that attorney called him and told him that they couldn't represent him because I had retained him. And so he started yelling and saying that I was lying and whatever, that he said, "I'm out of here, I'm taking the boys with me," and he started yelling at the boys to get in the van. And Tanner was behind me, so I was able to keep him, and the other two were crying, and they got in the van because their dad got to them. He was in front of me going out of the house, and he made them get in the van, and he ended up taking off, and he made it to Florida with them.
Okay. What happened next?
So, my mom, my youngest daughter, and I left for Florida on a Wednesday. We drove all night. We got into Jacksonville around noon. We went to the police station with my papers that
Now these papers, you had gotten an ex parte custody order.
Correct.
Is that right?
Correct.
And so you took that.
I took that paperwork with me and I said, "What can you do?" And everything was lined up for us. I think that officer walked us across the street to the courthouse, told us exactly what department we needed to go to. We went there. We showed the lady, "This is what we have. We need to have this turned into Florida verbiage." And we picked that up the next day. And around, I want to say it was around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, it was a Friday, I called the sheriff's department. I said, "I have this order and I need someone to serve it." And they knocked on the apartment door where he was staying, brought Andrew and Alexander out to me, and we left. But we had to stay in Florida for the weekend because the judge wanted to talk with both John and I before she allowed us to come home.
Now, you've thrown out different days of the week, like Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
I know, and I don't.
So it's okay, but I want to make clear for the court that, you did give a date to start. That was September 13th. And all of those days that you just referenced, the Friday was September 7th. So it's right away. There's no delay.
Right. It was all that same week.
I mean, he left with the kids. You got an ex parte order the next day. The next day, you're on the way to Florida. Is that right?
Correct, on Wednesday.
You get there, you are immediately going to the court to get the order enforced, correct?
Yes.
And now you're to the point where you have to come back on Monday, which would have been September 20th.
Right.
What did the judge say?
Well, we initially I was just gonna go in the courtroom by myself, and we were sitting in the hotel room, and my mom and I were talking, and we decided we probably ought to find an attorney, that maybe we should do that. We're in a strange town, and it's huge.
You're talking about Jacksonville?
Jacksonville, Florida. And I don't even remember how we chose this attorney. I think we just opened the phone book and pointed because they actually had phone books back then. We went and we met with this attorney. He met me on Monday the 20th. He met me at the court, and he and I went in, and John showed up with an attorney. And the first thing out of their mouth was my history. I had been in trouble, and so they brought that up. And the judge in Florida, and I cannot remember her name, she went into her chambers and called up here and talked to Judge Noe, and their decision between the two of them, they both were in agreement that we jointly bring them back to Michigan together, and then once we got to the state line, then the custody agreement that Judge Noe had signed became effective.
Which gave you?
Which
full
gave
custody.
me full custody of the boys.
So you get back to Michigan, and then on the next day, it'll be September 21st, you're back in Michigan.
I think we got back on the 21st, like late, I can't.
But you didn't go home when I say, is you were living at Congress Street
Right.
before you left. When you came back, where'd you go?
I moved to my mom and dad's house with the boys
Okay.
for a couple weeks, and then I found I had a house I was living in with them.
So you get back to Michigan and you go to your parents' house, but you realize you don't have your stuff, right?
Hmm.
Did you go back to Congress Street to retrieve your belongings?
We did, and I moved out, what I needed for the boys. I moved out necessities. And then once I got the house, then we kind of split up some of the furniture.
Was there an argument over a curio cabinet?
Oh, yeah.
Tell us about it.
So I was living in the Congress Street address, and before I left to go to Florida, we moved the curio cabinet out because at that point, I'm trying to remember. Anyways, we moved the curio cabinet out, and when John got home, when we got back from Florida, he flipped out that the curio cabinet was gone. He called me up. He's like, "Where's this at? What did you do with it?" I said, "That was mine. You gave that to me as a housewarming gift when we bought the house." And he's like, "I paid for that. That's mine." Okay, we moved it back.
This is the same curio cabinet that was found smashed to pieces.
Yes, sir.
So you're back in Michigan. You get the boys back in school.
I did.
Did you get them into counseling?
I sure did.
What happened next? Did you start a discussion with your attorney about parenting time?
We did, and when I think back and I look in my papers, we had dates, but we never made it to those dates to get things finalized through the courts because the boys disappeared.
But in your discussion with your attorney, did you guys, and I know John Skelton had an attorney as well, is that right?
Correct.
And so in the discussions between your attorneys, did you work out some Thanksgiving parenting time?
We did. We worked out some parenting time. I had agreed to allow him to have half of the Thanksgiving vacation. And then I would get them back on Black Friday.
And what time were you supposed to get back?
Between 3 and 4 o'clock. I don't remember the exact time.
But if I said 3 o'clock, would that be?
Yeah.
So Thanksgiving's always on a Thursday. Did you
Correct.
have a phone call with John on Wednesday night?
I may have.
Do you have any recollection of arguing over him telling the children that you went to jail?
I know that I had a conversation with him on that Monday night, I believe it was, when the boys came home and told me. I called him, and he tried to say that they overheard him talking on the phone, and that he didn't mean anything by it, that they were listening and not where they weren't supposed to be or something. And I said, why are you even having conversations with someone on a phone like that when you have the boys with you? Why would you even do that?
So the kids asked you?
They told me that Daddy said that I went to jail.
I assume you're upset.
Well, just a little.
So he then takes the boys for the Thanksgiving holiday.
Correct.
And where did you spend Thanksgiving?
I went to my sister's house in Kunkel, Ohio, to do our normal family get together, make crafts and have fun. And
did John try to contact you that day?
I think so. Yeah.
And did you talk to him?
Not till that evening.
So you didn't want to be bothered?
Well, no, I mean, if
Messages.
it's an emergency, you can call me, but you don't need to keep texting me and blowing my phone up. You're supposed to be spending time with your sons.
So later in that afternoon, did you eventually have a conversation with him?
We did talk.
What'd you talk about?
I honestly don't remember. I'm sure I said something about blowing my phone up, and then the whole having to tell the boys, and I know that we had a fight on that phone that night. And I had told him, because he had asked me if I ever thought we could get back together, and I said, no, I don't think we can after what's happened this week. I don't know how I could.
And you think this was Thanksgiving evening?
Yes.
So what is your next contact with John?
I think I texted him either Friday morning or Friday early afternoon, wanted to know if I could pick the boys up earlier than the 3 o'clock.
And why did you want to pick them up earlier?
My dad and I were gonna take the younger grandchildren and go see if we could find clothing, apparel for my nephew's football team. He was playing in the state football finals at Ford Field.
He played for Hudson.
He played for Hudson. And so we were going to go see if we could find them Hudson Tiger sweatshirts, because we only have Morenci Bulldog sweatshirts at our house. So, and the boys were so excited when my dad would talk to them about going to watch this game, and that we were going to be inside and we didn't have to wear coats. They just couldn't understand that, because every football game they'd ever gone to was outside and it was cold. So they were excited, and so we thought that would be kind of fun to take and go find orange and black clothes.
So what was John's response?
He said, well, we're not home right now. We went to my friend's house. We're north of Jackson. I don't know when we'll be home. I said, well, just keep in touch with me and let me know. And so we left it at that. Well, then I saw movement at his house. And
Now, let me stop you for a second.
I have to say how I saw movement out my kitchen window.
So where you were staying?
Where I was staying, between the neighbor's tree and house and across the empty lot, I could see his driveway.
Okay.
I saw a vehicle pull in his house, and I saw 2 people come out and get in the car and leave. And no, that's kind of weird. So I messaged him. I'm like, hey, are you home? And he's like, no. And then that's when he tells me that, actually, the boys aren't with me. I was home. The boys are with my friend. She's bringing them home at 3 o'clock. I'm on my way because I fell off the ladder. I'm going to the hospital. I don't know. I hurt my foot. I said, okay. And I knew he was doing some house remodel or something. So
Those two people, was that Kelsey Borowski?
I found out later that it was Kelsey Borowski picking him up to take him to the hospital.
And who is Kelsey Borowski?
She would be his cousin's daughter.
So she's taking John to the hospital?
Yes.
So, 3 o'clock comes, are there any kids?
No.
4 o'clock comes.
Nothing. And my attorney had told me that he said, now right at 4 o'clock or 4:01, you don't need to be calling right away to report them, but I know you're gonna. He said, you gotta give them a little leeway or whatever. And I said, no, at 4:01, I'm calling because something's not right. So I called and I was told that Morenci's officer was
Who'd you call?
911. Morenci's officer is not available, but we will have him get into contact with you when he gets back to town. A couple phone calls later, still not available. So my dad and brother-in-law take a drive and they find Morenci's officer. And he said, it was Officer Hillard. He said, well, they told me to just get a hold of her later tonight. He goes, I didn't know it was right away. And so then they explained what was going on, and he came right over. And that's when he went in the house to do a welfare check and found mass destruction.
So, were you with Officer Hillard?
I was not. I was, my aunt and uncle lived up the street, and so I went to their house just because we all just had a bad feeling. And I made the decision I didn't want to be there if something bad was happening. So
when the police went to enter this home, was the back door wedged?
yes. When my sister and I went there and we kind of were walking around the house to see if we could see in, the only place we really could see in was the back door. And I still had a key for it, but I couldn't get the door open. We noticed that he had taken a 2x4 and wedged it against the door and against the steps that went up into the dining room so that you couldn't get in the house.
So did the police have to force their way in?
I understand that they did, yes.
What happened next?
He went through the house, did not find the boys.
Now, at some point, you find out that John had tried to commit.
Yeah, and that's what I was just trying to think. Because I remember, I'm pretty sure I made that phone call from Mom and Dad, so I must have went back to my Mom and Dad's house. And I called to Fulton County Health Center, and I asked to speak to the nurse taking care of him. And the nurse, he said, well, are you two still married? And I said, yes, we're still married. I've filed for divorce. And he said, well, technically you're still his wife, so I'm going to tell you. John is here because he tried to kill himself. And that was the first I heard that.
Okay.
And I said, okay, does he have 3 children with him? And I explained to them, you know, my sons we can't find them. They're not at the house. John had them. Claims there's a woman that had them, but there's nothing. And he said, no, ma'am, there are no children here with him.
And did you relay this information to the police?
Yes.
And what did they do that you know of?
I know that Officer Hillard went down to Fulton County. And then pretty much the next thing that I heard, or that I can recall, Chief Weeks called and wanted to have a sit down, him and I. And I want to say it was like 1 a.m. or something. And so one of my sisters and I and my dad went to the police station to sit down. Chief Weeks said that this is, we have the Amber Alert, and in another couple hours, this is not going to look like Morenci's police station because we have people coming in from all over to look for your sons and find out what John did.
Now, over the next, I know this is difficult, and if you need to take a break, you just let me know.
Okay.
And the court will, I think the court will understand. Over the next several days, there were obviously multiple search parties that were put out.
Yes.
Are you aware of that?
I was vaguely.
How were you getting updates?
Pardon?
How were you getting updates?
There was an FBI agent that was assigned to come to the house periodically with updates. And there was also, I'm not going to remember exactly what her title was, but she was kind of there beside me pretty much through daytime hours.
Like victim services?
No, she was a doctor of psychiatry or something. And so she was just there with us, and if I had questions or if we needed something, and she would help to kind of understand after the agents would leave, and if I had questions about what they told us or that type of thing.
So the children were on some medication.
2 of them.
Okay, who was that? Which two?
Alexander and Tanner both had asthma and had daily pill that they had to take, and then they also had rescue inhaler and a breathing machine if things got really bad. And in this fall, it was...
Is the breathing machine a nebulizer?
Yes.
And did you find out at some point that medication was still at the house on Congress Street?
Yes.
Did you also find out that the coats and boots of the children
Yes.
were given to John Skelton's aunt?
I did not know where they found them. I know that they came to the house to have me identify that was their stuff, but I never knew where they found them.
Did you know that their toothbrushes were also?
No, I did not know about the toothbrushes.
Okay. You've learned that since?
Yes.
You learned about the curio cabinet being destroyed?
I saw that because they did take me to the house. They said, we know you didn't live here, but it hasn't been that long since you've lived here, and you might be able to point out things that might not be obvious, except that everything was destroyed.
Now, there was a suicide note that was written to you. You aware of that?
I know there was one written. I've never seen it.
Were you told about it?
Yes.
In these updates, were you being told about the lies that John was telling about the different scenarios of where children?
I don't think really in the beginning right away. I know it's just, that time was so foggy for me, because I felt like I was living somebody's nightmare.
It's okay. We only want you to talk about what you remember.
Yeah, and I,
Remember in our conversations, we don't wanna guess.
right,
We only wanna talk about what you know.
correct.
Okay? At some point, and this was not very long after November 26, 2010, the FBI came to you and told you that your children are probably not alive.
Correct.
Do you remember that?
I do.
Did you want to believe it?
No.
Did you want to hold out hope that they were alive? Yeah.
And I did for quite a while.
So, at some point, this case gets turned over to the Michigan State Police.
Mm-hmm.
You have to say yes or no.
Yes.
And you meet Detective Sergeant at the time, Jeremy Brewer.
Yes, I did.
And I think you and Mr. Brewer became very close. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I think you had many in-depth discussions with Mr. Brewer about what happened in this case. Is that right?
Yes.
And at some point, you knew that your children were no longer alive.
Correct.
Do you remember when that was?
I don't remember the exact moment. I think it came on slowly, in that I logically, I said from day one, my sons are smart. If my sons are out there in the world with someone they don't know, one of them, because the three of them work together very well, one of them, and more than likely it would have been Alexander. He was my more vocal, social, would just tell the person next to them, this isn't my mom or dad. And I know that if you call this number, my mom will answer. And
in fact, they knew how to call 911
they did.
because they'd done it, correct?
I found that out.
Do you know who killed your children?
John Skelton.
Is there any doubt in your mind that John Skelton killed your children?
There is no doubt in my mind.
Is there any doubt in your mind that John Skelton killed your children on November 26th, on or about November 26th, 2010?
No, there is no doubt.
You know if your children were alive, they would have found you.
Yes, they would have.
So today they would all be adults, correct?
Correct.
So any explanation that you've ever been told or heard about why John Skelton would have hidden them? They're adults today.
Correct.
They could walk through that door right now,
Wish they could.
but they can't.
No,
Why is that?
because John killed them.
I know a lot of people have asked questions about why are you doing this?
Correct.
And you and I have had some long discussions about that. We talked about a headstone.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that one of the things you wanted to make clear to the court is that it's important to you that you want to be able to put a date on that headstone. Is that right?
Yes.
And is that date November 26, 2010?
Yes.
You're asking the court to declare what you know happened that John Skelton killed your children on November 26, 2010. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Do you think this shows respect to the children that we are doing this?
Yes, it does. Because their dad showed them no respect. And I shouldn't even say their dad. John Skelton showed them no respect. Because any loving father would not have done what he did. And I owe them the respect that we may not have their bodies, but they're still, their lives still meant something, and there is a place to go.
They deserve a death certificate.
They do.
Penny, I'm proud of you and the courage you've shown.
Thank you.
I have no further questions at this time.
Go ahead, Ms. Sting.
Hi, I know
Hello.
you testified that the boys would all be adults now, but can you tell us exactly how old Andrew would be today?
Andrew would be 20. I'm going to get it wrong because it's 25, but he would be 23.
Okay. And what about Alexander
He would be 21,
and Tanner?
and Tanner would be 19.
Okay. Earlier, you testified that you didn't want to be present at the time that the house was searched by Officer Hilliard on November 26th of 2010 in case they found something. Did you have that initial gut feeling on that day at that time that the boys were no longer alive?
I don't know that I had the initial gut feeling, but something told me that this wasn't just a case that a friend, as John Skelton told me, had the boys. When the door was wedged shut and we couldn't get into the house, that's just not normal. People don't do that. And so I think in the back of my mind, I was afraid that we were going to find 3 bodies in there. And I didn't want to be there for that.
You've heard some testimony today about the children and passports, and it sounds like none of the law enforcement were 100% sure on that question. So can you answer that question?
They do not have passports.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And over the years, what all did you personally do to help attempt to find the boys?
Oh my goodness. We, first off, social media, sharing, missing flyers, aiding with age progression through National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Any interview that I could do, we did a story with John Walsh. He came out. Podcast, I can't tell you how many people I've talked to on podcasts or done countless interviews with anybody to just get the information out there.
Did you participate in any of the searches that were done?
I did not.
Okay, why not?
I couldn't. Family did. I was just,
Do you have that same fear that you had on November 26th?
I think so. It was, I was living somebody's nightmare. And at that point, I didn't know what end was up. So to go out and participate in public, and no offense to media, but I was nowhere ready to face anybody with a camera or a microphone.
Now, there was testimony regarding Alexander calling 911 on that day that he was with John and, you know, felt scared or alone or
Right.
he couldn't find his dad when both of them had been in the house the whole time. So did you teach your kids about 911?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we, you know, along with your ABCs and your 1, 2, 3s and your address and your name and who's your mom and who's your dad, and you know, you learn about. That was just an automatic mom thing. You teach them about 911, and like I said, Alex was fascinated with phones anyway. So am I surprised that he's the one that would have done something like that? No. He was my very vocal child.
And do you believe that if your sons were out there and had the opportunity to call 911 in the past 15 years, they would have?
Definitely.
And you heard the testimony today from all of the law enforcement personnel that the boys hadn't been heard from or seen since November 26, 2010, correct?
Correct.
Does that lead you to believe as well that the boys are deceased?
Yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
If you're comfortable, I'd like to hear a little bit about the dynamics between you and John and what that environment was like. And if you're not comfortable enough to share, I understand.
No. I thought we were in a happy marriage. I mean, couples have problems, they have fights. He had at one point mentioned that he would like to move to Florida, or at least go down there and try to look for a job. And I said to him, I said, we can't just uproot and move to Florida. School just started. There's processes. You know, when are you thinking you want to do this? And this was like the weekend before he took them to Florida. And he said, well, you know, in a couple months or whatever. And I said, you know, because of my criminal past, there are things that I have to look into before I can just up and move. I can't just, you know, we have to find out. And I said, I can make those phone calls on Monday and say, what do I have to do to move? Apprehensive about it just because Morenci is a small town. Everybody there knew what I had done. I had paid my time. I was welcomed back into the community. Going somewhere new where nobody knows me. You know, I think ultimately that was John Skelton's goal, was to get me where I didn't have family and friends and I had to rely on him. So when I got the phone call from the school, I was completely shocked because I was like we all went to bed at the same time last night in the house, and he was supposedly going to work, but apparently he left but didn't go to work because he came back and took the boys from school, and I don't know, I'm just...
Did you feel at other times as though there was an attempt to isolate or create a situation where you were dependent on him?
He was very jealous of any relationship that I had with, whether it was my parents, my siblings, my children, my daughters, my sons, friends, and I find out after the fact the whole cafe mom thing. He was very jealous of that. He had gone through a divorce with his first wife, and she came and got custody of his daughter, and so he lost his daughter, and I never wanted to have that be something between us, but I think that I don't even know where his mind was or what. It's like he became somebody different overnight.
Was there ever any other time that he had done something sort of just rash and impulsive that you couldn't necessarily explain?
Not really that I can think of I mean, he liked to drink and like binge drink, and then he was, I don't even know how to explain it. In looking back, he was all about himself, and it was his needs and wants before anybody else's, and just he was on the road a lot with the truck. So a lot of times I felt like I was a single mom anyways, because he was gone for days at a time. So the boys and I had a routine. And then he would come home and things would be good for a couple days when he was home, and then I don't know if it was insecurities but for the most part we went camping, the boys played soccer, we always outside playing. He was building a treehouse in the backyard for the boys and kind of starting to teach them about building and making cuts and using a hammer, and then it was like one day this switch flipped and just became somebody that none of us recognized.
Thank you for answering my questions.
You're welcome.
Any questions based on my questions, counselors?
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you so much for your testimony. All right, Mr. Castleberry, any other witnesses for today?
No, Your Honor, the petitioner rests.
Ms. Stang, do you anticipate any witnesses?
No, I have no witnesses. Thank you.
All right. Are you prepared to proceed with closings, or would you like to?
I am.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Your Honor, we've been here since basically 9 o'clock this morning. I'm not going to insult the court's intelligence and summarize everything that happened here today. You've heard it. And it's all in one day, which is actually good for the memory. Obviously, there are some things on the timeline that was entered that I do think is important for the court to consider. However, I think what is really important is that the petitioner in this matter is Ms. Zubers. She spent the past 14 plus years mourning her missing children. Every day since November 26, 2010, she has hoped and prayed that her children would return alive and safe. You just heard her testify that she had to come to grips with the fact that that's not going to happen. She knows that they're dead. She knows that they died on or about November 26, 2010. She has prayed this whole time that her heart would heal and someone would provide information on their whereabouts, even though she knew they weren't alive. She's hoped beyond all hope that the last person to see them alive, John Skelton, would offer any plausible explanation. he didn't even bother to show up today. He doesn't want any part of anything to do with these children because he murdered them. And he murdered them on or about November 26, 2010. It's time that we declare these children dead. The Michigan legislature contemplated situations like this, which is why this morning when I started off about the presumption of death, there's no doubt that these children are presumed to be dead. But you've heard today from the Morenci Police Department, you've heard from the Michigan State Police, you've heard from the Federal Bureau of Investigation, you've heard from an expert on proof of life, and most importantly, you've heard from the mother of these children, and everybody told you the same thing. The evidence is clear. These children were murdered at the hands of John Skelton on November 26, 2010. I feel that we have proven this beyond clear and convincing evidence for sure. Definitely sufficient evidence. And I am asking that the court enter an order giving these children what they deserve, which is a date of death, a death certificate, and some closure for this family to end this nightmare. Although we know they'll never recover from this. They do deserve this justice. Thank you.
Ms. Day.
In a typical case before this court, during this hearing, I would have been sitting at this table with my clients. However, as you have observed, I have been sitting at that table alone. And I've been sitting there on behalf of Andrew Alexander and Tanner Skelton, who could not be here today with us because they are deceased. This is not a typical case. It's both a unique and chilling experience as an attorney to have 3 clients that I've never had the opportunity to meet or speak with and will never have that opportunity. Based on the overwhelming amount of evidence that has been presented in this matter, and on behalf of my clients, Andrew Alexander and Tanner Skelton, I am joining the petitioner's request to have these 3 boys declared deceased and a finding that they have been deceased since on or about November 26th of 2010. Although I never got to meet any of my clients, I know that if they had been given to some unknown group or person, like John Skelton alleged over the years that the children had been given to, or were anywhere out there at any point after November 26th of 2010, at some point those boys would have found a way to make contact with someone to let them know that they were scared and that they weren't where they were supposed to be. How do I know this? I know this because on November 21st, 2010, just 5 days before the boys would never be heard from or seen again, 7-year-old Alexander Skelton made that phone call that you heard testimony about today to the police while he was at his father's home because he was scared when he couldn't find his father, John Skelton. It turned out that John Skelton was just upstairs in the home, but 7-year-old Alexander knew to call 911 because he felt scared and couldn't find the person that he looked up to and that he knew was responsible for caring for him, or was supposed to be. Tanya Zubers also testified to the boys' intelligence and ability to call 911 or give someone their address or even their mom's phone number. This evidence shows that Alexander Skelton knew to call 911 whenever he felt that he needed help. I don't need to go back through all of the evidence that was put on today. We all heard it. The evidence and testimony that has been put on during this hearing, which hundreds of law enforcement agencies have been involved in over the last 15 years, shows you that there is no doubt in any reasonable person's mind that these boys are alive. Or not alive, sorry. As you have heard through the testimony today, the Morenci Police Department, the Michigan State Police, the FBI, Andrew Alexander and Tanner Skelton's mother, and I too am convinced that these boys have been deceased since on or about November 26th of 2015. I am hoping that you too, Judge, are convinced of the same. And I am respectfully requesting under MCL 700.1208 on behalf of the 3 boys who were taken from this world far too young that you make a finding that they are deceased and have been since that date.
Well, I would like an opportunity to finish reading through the exhibits and the slides that were provided today and to think over everything that I've been able to listen to today and review the file. But I also don't want to make you wait very much longer for an answer. So what I would like to do is ask everyone, if you would, to come back on Wednesday, the 5th. This trial was scheduled previously for all 3 days. So if I take tomorrow, that gives me enough time to review everything and to prepare the order.
And I'll give you the opinion and order on Wednesday the 5th at 9 a.m. if you'd like to be here.